Hello, everyone. Tonight we're going to begin with medieval historical myths that were finally proven true. So before you get too comfortable, please like the video and subscribe, but only if you truly enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, turn off the lights, maybe switch on a fan for that soft hum, and let's step into tonight's journey together. If your only exposure to Vikings is a montage of colossal blonde men screaming like thunder with axes in both hands, congratulations. You've already shaken hands with the Berserkers. Medieval writers painted them as battle-mad champions who slipped into a trance so deep that pain and fear felt like foreign languages. In the sagas they hamask, change their very skin, and the world learns the cost of standing in their way. For a long time, tidy minds pushed this into the drawer labeled poetic exaggeration, neighbors of dragons and swords that sing. But the drawer never quite shut. Too many scraps kept catching. Start with the wardrobe. Some Viking Age graves include animal skins and charms bear and wolf, most of all hinting at a warrior who didn't just fight like an animal, but claimed the animal as a second soul. Early art plates show masked fighters in pelts. Law codes mutter about men going berserk, which is a very legal way to say, please don't do the thunderstorm. The word itself still argues with us across the centuries. Does berserker mean bare shirt, the pelt, or bare shirt charging without armor in a land that invented winter either way? Both images fit the same creature. Someone who meets the cold and the spear with deliberate insult and roars anyway. Then the mushrooms enter the room. You've seen Amanita muscaria, the red cap with white speckles, that fairy tales and video games turned into a mascot. It grows under northern pines. Prepared the right way, it does more than paint the world with bright colors. It can split sensation from consequence, sweating, tremors, ringing, euphoria, a sense that your skin is a drum and someone else is playing it. That's a cocktail with ruin in it. Pair it with fasting, chanting, breath like bellows, and the thump of a drum that tells your heart what rhythm to keep. And a man can slide sideways into a persona that cannot hear stop. Some scholars point to henbane, a different plant with a different door into delirium, the kind that tangles memory and a strength and makes the tongue a stranger to itself. Others keep it simpler, strong mead, sleep debt, and a leader who knows how to turn dread into music. The point is not a single substance, it is a stage and a set of cues that let the mind put on its bare mask from the inside. What did that look like to the people who had to stand in front of it? Picture a monastery on a ragged coast, a line of men in a shield wall counting their breath. Out of the fog, a knot of warriors in pelts astride ahead of the line. One bites his shield rim hard enough to leave marks. Another scrapes his own chest as if to test whether he still belongs to it. They howl, they do not sing. Singing belongs to humans. Then they run. A wall is a good defense against men. It is a poor one against weather. The first rank breaks with them, and the rest, if they're not trained for chaos, learn a new kind of arithmetic, how quickly a formation becomes a cluster, and a cluster becomes trouble. Even enemies left us notes, men who did not feel wounds, who carried on through cuts as though the blade were a rumor. Of course, blades cut, bodies bleed, but adrenaline is a painter, and fear yours and the other man's decides the palette. The sagas also insist that the frenzy had a shape. First, the shaking, the blackenings of the face, the teeth that grind as though trying to chew the fear to powder. Then the charge, then a heavy, unavoidable crash into exhaustion, a sleep like a door slammed, that arc ecstasy. Violence, collapse, reads like ritual. You cannot live in a storm, you borrow it, and it charges interest. Kings learned fast that berserkers made excellent opening arguments and miserable house guests. The law tries to domesticate thunder, fines for drawing steel at a feast, bans on the berserkers' challenge during truce. Some rulers hoarded them as bodyguards, a tame lightning kept behind the throne, others outlawed the practice entirely, because not every problem needs to be solved with a hurricane. And the material scraps keep nudging the story from myth toward memory, fur impressions and toggles that belong to garments heavier than cloth. Animal tooth pendants worn by fighters of uncomfortable confidence. Metalwork and stamped images showing men in animal headdresses. Even teeth with odd wear patterns that make the shield-biting detail feel less like a bard's flourish and more like a nervous habit hardened into a rite. Each piece alone is whisper. Together, they become a low, stubborn chorus. You may never find an inscription that reads, "Berserkers met here on Thursdays," but you can stand on the hill and see the path worn into the grass. It's tempting to treat this as a Norse exclusive, but the technique is older than the longboat and wider than the North Sea. The Greeks lit their courage with paeans and pipes. Roman standards fluttered to drums and trumpets. In other continents, other centuries, warriors painted themselves into different men and danced away the part of the mind that counts consequences. The berserker is a language, and cultures far apart learned to speak versions of it when they wanted to frighten before they killed. Skeptics ask, if drugs and pelts explain everything, why didn't every army field a squad of red-capped supermen? Because the trick only works if you orchestrate all the parts. You need performers who believe, an audience you mean to frighten, and handlers who know when to open the cage and when to close it. Frenzy without discipline burns your own camp. Discipline without terror wins slowly. Viking commanders who understood both who could marry the rolling tide of a shield wall with a vanguard of holy mayhem turned fear into a tactic with profits. Imagine trying to keep your nerve while a man who appears to have married a bear sprints at you across wet stones. Now do it, while the rest of his friends hit your flank on beat 3. As for the caricature towering blondes smashing everything in sight, that's the costume shop version of a much more practical truth. Berserker gear telegraphed intent. The bare chest in frost said your arrows don't matter. The fur said, I am not quite only human. The bites and self-wounds said you cannot frighten someone already standing in the fire. Think of it as medieval psychological operations with better cheekbones. Terrify first, cut second, collect afterwards. And when the storm passed, sources hint at the hangover, shivering, thirst. asleep like being dropped in a well. You pay for borrowed power. Communities also paid. A man trained to overflow boundaries is poor company in a narrow room. That is why the same literature that glorifies berserkers also fences them in with rules and jokes. A king can love thunder on a battlefield. At dinner, he prefers a ceiling that stays where it is. So, were berserkers real enough to leave grooves on the ground, laws named for them, images carved of them, graves that dressed for the part, enemy chronicles that complained about them, words in our own mouths that still mean uncontrolled? Real enough that when you line all of that up beside the chemistry, the drumming, the breathwork, the group ritual, the winter, and the need to terrify strangers quickly, the figure at the center stops being a legend and starts being a job description. Not invulnerable, not magic, but trained craftsmen of fear as much as of steel. And that's our theme tonight, the myths that looked too theatrical to be true, then left fingerprints in clay and law and bone. If the North perfected the storm of one body, the rest of Europe had its own tempests, some so strange you'll swear the chroniclers were joking. They weren't. Keep the lights low. Our next stop is a city that tried to cure mass panic with a bigger band. Strasbourg, summer 1518. Heat lies on the cobbles like a cat, and the city's nerves are already frayed. Bread is thin and bitter after bad harvests. The Rhine has misbehaved. Smallpox has made its quiet, efficient rounds. Guild quarrels snap like dry twigs. Then, in the middle of July, a woman steps into the street and begins to dance. No flute, no drum, just feet hitting a stone like a metronome that has lost its mind. They will call her Frau Trophea in the records, a name that feels both precise and sketchy, like a witness sketch scribbled after midnight. She dances for an hour, and then several. She dances through the day, and the day after, her husband pleads, then drags, then weeps. When she sleeps, it is the kind of sleep that feels like falling down a well, and when she wakes, her legs begin again as if they belong to someone else. Neighbors come to watch, and because the human heart is a tuning fork, a few begin to shiver into motion beside her. Pity becomes curiosity. Curiosity becomes a crowd. The crowd becomes a rumor with leaks. Within days, dozens are moving. Their faces change, cooling toward that inward glaze that performers wear when their bodies carry them on like a song they don't have the sheet music for. They sweat through linen, they bleed through shoes, hands hold their ribs as though trying to keep something from rattling out. People collapse and are carried to shade, water is pressed to their lips, someone murmurs a prayer to Saint Vitus, the patron who, inconveniently, is also linked to a thing called chorea, the saints' dance. The city council meets. Strasbourg is a free imperial city, which mostly means its problems are its own. The physicians are fetched, a cautious tribe of men who arrange the world in humors and heat. They listen to pulses, they peer at tongues, they do not talk of witchcraft, they are very proud not to talk of witchcraft. Their judgment arrives, both confident and disastrous. This is not a curse, it is an excess of hot blood. The remedy let it out. It's hard to blame them entirely. Medieval medicine believed that too much of one quality, hot, cold, wet, dry, could slosh the mind out of true. If the problem is a surplus of heat, force the body to burn it away. And so Strasbourg, in an act of municipal optimism rarely equaled, builds a stage and hires musicians, drummers, pipers, fiddlers. The city throws a festival at the condition that is killing its people. Officials even assign professional dancers to keep the afflicted moving, as if the devil could be sweated out like a fever. For a few strange days, it almost looks like mercy. The afflicted have space, shade, attendance, rhythm, but the city has also fed a fire. Music draws spectators, spectators bring more bodies, bodies bring imitation, and imitation is the sly engine inside mass behavior. By August, the count swells into the hundreds, men and women. The rich do not die differently, only later. Some sufferers move as though strings jerk them from the sky. Others thrash in tight, private circles. Faces flush and then go gray. Feet drum and then go silent. Reports of death come coded. Several fell, many succumbed, some perished. Stroke, heat, exhaustion, heart failure, names we assign later to the same ending. Children watch this and do not understand that they are seeing fear learn to dance. It is not the first time the Rhine country has seen such storms. In 1374, downriver in Aachen and beyond, crowds danced through streets and over bridges until priests shouted themselves hoarse. Europe keeps these odd weather patterns in its memory, bouts of uncontrollable motion that soak up hunger and grief and war weariness like a cloth and then wring it back out in public. The church speaks of possession, the doctors of humors. A modern mind is tempted by ergot, the grain fungus that mimics cruel saints with its visions and convulsions. But ergot does not explain orderly arcs of imitation, why one woman begins, and, like a yawn, the motion jumps mouths. Ergot does not hire drummers or build a stage. The simpler, heavier thing crouches there instead. Stress, fear, and a human animal so tightly wound that when one string sings, the rest begin to vibrate. At last, the council blinks, the musicians are dismissed, the stage comes down. What bureaucracy gave, bureaucracy now takes away, including, at last, a belief that the body can sweat out terror like mead. The city chooses a different cure, older than the doctors, pilgrimage. The dancers are rounded gently, some coaxed, some half carried toward a shrine of Saint Vitus at Saverne in the hills. Here, the priests know a script older than Strasbourg's optimism. Red shoes are brought, sometimes marked with little crosses. The afflicted are led in ceremony, sprinkled, blessed, instructed to press their feet to a symbol instead of a street. There's music here too, but it is not to spur the feet. It is to slow the breath. You would call it pastoral care if it were not also, in places, a kind of theater, and something changes. Many are released by prayer, by removal from the civic stage, by the quieting that comes when handlers turn into healers. Others do not return. A city can stop a symptom and still have to bury its debt. What do we call this? Theories line up like vendors. Ergotism. Yes, rye gone bad can set nerves on fire, but poisoning scatters. And this is spread along social nerves, not water channels. Demonic possession, was the church's fatal poetry for a mind in crisis. Sometimes a ritual will cure a metaphor as well as a disease. The modern phrase that sits most heavily is mass psychogenic illness, which is both accurate and unhelpful. It does not mean pretend. It means the mind is powerful enough to set the body moving, and a town is powerful enough to lend the mind its script. Notice the conditions that write that a script. Famine and price spikes press on the poor until sleep itself becomes a stranger. Disease has been busy. The summer is a kiln. Fear of God and the devil is not an abstraction, but a daily weather report. The cult of Saint Vitus holds a ready-made choreography for nervous limbs if you believe a saint can make you dance. You may be halfway to dancing, and in such a pitched atmosphere, authorities' choices matter. The council's first response gives the behavior a stage, a beat, and a salary. The body loves rhythms. Panic loves an audience. It is easy to laugh at this, the city that hired a band for its plague, and the comedy is there, cruel and glittering. But look closely, and Strasbourg's error is familiar. We, too, have learned to amplify our panics, to feed them with attention, to organize them with platforms and trends, and the 100,000 drummers we carry in our pockets. The 16th century did not invent virality. It gave us one of our earliest field notes on how it behaves when you add a stress and belief and a municipal budget. There is, however, a quieter mercy in the story. Once the council stopped trying to fight fire with fireworks, once they cut the spectacle and changed the setting, the dance lost its partners. By late August, early September, the storm blew itself out. The city's ledgers returned to taxes and repairs. The chronicles move on. Frau Trophäa disappears into the fog she came from, having lent the world a name and a shiver. What remains is not a moral, but a map. When a fear has a rhythm, do not give it drums. When a mind learns a trick it cannot unlearn, change the room. When a town is tight with hunger and dread, a saint and a pair of red shoes may be as much public health as prayer. The lesson is neither medieval nor modern. It is human. You do not break a spell by shouting at it. You lead it somewhere else and invite it to sit. We leave Strasbourg at last, the heat easing, a thin wind starting up the alleys. The stage is stacked. The pipers have gone to find honest weddings, and the cobbles remember the feet without telling anyone. Tonight's theme holds. The past keeps handing us tales that look like masquerades until you touch the masks and find fingerprints. Our next stop will be smaller feet with larger faith, a march that was supposed to open seas and instead opened wounds. There were no drums for them, only hymns and the long, hard road south. Smaller feet, larger faith. The year is 1212, and Europe is a drum that hasn't stopped beating since the last crusade marched east and never quite came home. In barns and market squares, the stories linger knights whose mail glittered like rain, relics that made the sea obey, graves that opened for martyrs and shut for cowards. Into that air, a bell jar packed with hunger, piety, and rumor steps a boy with a vision. In northern France, they call him Stephen, a shepherd with windburned cheeks and a borrowed tunic. One afternoon at the shrine of Saint Denis, he lifts a scrap of cloth and says, Christ gave it to him. A letter addressed not to bishops or kings, but to the people. The message is simple as bread: lay down steel, take up faith, and go. Not to conquer, to convert, not with swords, with innocence. A crowd gathers because crowds are Europe's second religion. Traders lean in, mothers hush their infants and do not move. A few clergy frown, but the air around the boy has that ringing clarity people recognize from sermons and the storms. The next day he speaks again, and the crowd grows. He's not alone for long. Across the Rhine, another figure rises, Nicholas of Cologne older, still young, carried by the same tide of certainty. Each gathers a procession: boys who can't grow beards yet, and boys who can, girls in homespun with eyes like lamps, laborers and landless, servants, a handful of priests, a scattering of genuine children, and a multitude of the pueri, a word that in Latin means both boys and poor. The confusion sticks. It always will. It is easier later to imagine a Europe of toddlers than to admit that poverty can look like youth from a distance. They start walking from hamlet to town to city, singing hymns that open like windows, Kyrie, sometimes psalm refrains, scraps of Latin most barely understand and yet can feel in the chest. They carry little. A few hold crosses chopped from hedgerow branches. Others stitch badges to their caps like real pilgrims. They are not a mob exactly. They are a choir going somewhere. People step aside to watch this innocence on the march, to press loaves into wandering hands, to weep at the sudden thought that perhaps heaven does favor the small. Curiosity hardens into alarm in the chancelleries. The King of France listens to advisers who remind him that knights who swore to take Jerusalem have lately taken Constantinople instead, and that a nation can only afford so many holy fiascos. Officials in Paris tell Stephen to go home. Some of his company obey. Others peel off by twos and threes, unwilling to believe the sea will part unless they see it for themselves. The German column keeps its rhythm. Nicholas leads his pueri south along the Rhine and into Swabia, over alpine passes that turn backs into knots. It is high summer, then early autumn. The mountain weather does what mountain weather does: shines, then kills. At Genoa, they spill into a city of arcades and salt, and they crowd the harbor railings to stare at the Ligurian Sea. The story they were told by their own beating hearts is clear. The waters will make a road. The waters do not. A few Genoese, moved or amused, offer citizenship to any who wish to stay. Some do. Others tramp on to Pisa and then to Rome, where the Pope Innocent III, a man who can smell power and sincerity at a mile, listens, looks, and does not curse. He reportedly says the sentence that sticks like a burr. These children put us to shame. They hasten to the Holy Land while we slumber. He blesses them. He sends them home. The Roman summer, with its fevers and its appetite for strangers, claims others before the road can. Meanwhile, to the west, Stephen's procession presses southward toward Marseille, a city that sells fish by the basket and dreams by the shipful. There, the legend fastens like a limpet. Two merchants' names remembered as Hugo Ferreus and William Porcus in tongues that sharpen and blur over time offer vessels for the godly. Free passage, they say, for a holy enterprise that even kings were too timid to attempt. 7 ships are fitted out. If you want to believe in providence, 7 is a generous number. They sail. The sea is a ledger, and it balances all accounts. Storms break them. 2 ships, so the tale goes, are smashed on the coast of Sardinia. On the remaining vessels, the promise is curdled. The captains run south, not to Acre, but to Africa, where the cargo is suddenly valuable. Markets in Bougie, in Alexandria, names that taste sweet to a compass open their gates to goods and flesh alike. Some of the pueri vanish into slave pens, into kitchens, into monasteries whose abbots think God has sent them an object lesson with sandals on. Years later, a rumor returns that a few of the betrayed drifted back to Europe and told their stories, and the merchants who profited from innocence were tried and hanged. It is possible. It is also exactly the kind of ending chroniclers like moral, swift, and printed with justice. What we can say is that ships did sail, the storms did strike, and innocence has always been a currency someone is eager to spend. Were they all children? No. And yes, the word followed them like a banner, and everyone who watched them saw what they needed: piety's purest face or chaos in a tunic. Most were teenagers, apprentices, servants, the very poor. A scattering of actual small children walked, their hands in the hands of older sisters and brothers, because the family is Europe's original social net, and sometimes the hole in it. But it was the idea that converted more people than Stephen or Nicholas ever could, that the sea would obey innocence and the Saracen would kneel before a song. It is tempting to call it a delusion, and it was, but it was not senseless. Crusading was Europe's grand fiction made flesh, and the stories have an inertia grown men cannot calculate. Preachers had stood in pulpits for a century and told everyone within reach of their voices that God could be moved by tears, by sacrifice, by a pilgrim's staff as much as by a spear. Miracles were currency. Relics worked. Saints intervened. Shepherds saw the Virgin in hedges. The Fourth Crusade had proved how easily a vow could be diverted. The Children's Crusade proved how easily a vow could be distilled. And there was the economy. When fields are stingy and lords ask more of the same, a march looks like a ladder. When a boy has no inheritance but his body, and a girl has no dowry but her hands, Jerusalem is less a city than a synonym for change. Every movement, holy or otherwise, has its logistics, and this one was packed with restless laborers, runaways, and the pious poor whose only capital was belief, so the columns thin. In the Rhineland, some find work and disappear into guilds. In Lombardy, some find husbands and are no longer counted among the marching. In Rome, the Pope's blessing tastes like ash to the most ardent, like bread to the exhausted. In Marseille, the sea keeps its counsel. In North Africa, the story curdles into a hostage tale. Months pass. Winter arrives with a miser's fist. Parents who once wept in doorways now wait at crossroads and do not ask questions when a dust-streaked figure comes over the hill with the wrong face. The chronicles close their entries with lines like door latches. Thus did many return, thus did many not. What happened? Then something much smaller and much sadder than a crusade, and also something large enough to make popes sigh and kings take notice, a popular movement took the words of its preachers literally, and the literal world, with its mountains and customs houses and storm seasons and appetites, pushed back. The miracle of parted seas did not arrive. A more ordinary miracle did for some: a job, a hearth in a foreign town, a narrow survival. Others paid the oldest price and lay down by roadsides or in shipwrecks and were folded into the map. The legend will grow voluptuous in retelling. Scribes will clean it up and sharpen its teeth. Only children, only saints, only villains at the docks. Later scholars, peering through 12 layers of varnish, will pry at its planks and point out the nails, the double meaning of pueri, the paperwork of towns that recorded processions of boys, and poor in equal measure, the papal letter that praises their flame and orders it banked, the Genoese rolls that note a handful stayed and change their names. The myth keeps the outline because the outline is beautiful. The truth keeps the splinters because the splinters are real. Hold both. Hold the boy at Saint Denis, brave or naive or both, lifting a letter like a torch and watching night crowds turn into day. Hold the column at Cologne singing itself warm, and the father who walked along the road for a day and then turned back because a farm is a crusade of its own. Hold the merchants whose ledgers could no more resist a free cargo than a moth can resist a flame. Hold the Pope who knew to bless and dismiss. Hold the sea that refused to audition for anyone's miracle and did its oldest act instead. Faith marched, geography answered, and somewhere between those two a continent glimpsed itself, credulous and cruel, tender and opportunistic, ready to be moved by a child's voice and just as ready to sell that voice if the price was right. The Children's Crusade did not conquer a city, it illuminated a century. When the columns broke apart, Europe went back to its grindstones, but for a season the roads had hummed with hymns. And even the practical men in chancelleries had to admit they had felt that hum in their bones. Picture a market square that smells of hay and iron. It is 1386 in Falaise, Normandy. The church bells have just stopped talking, and the crowd is a single lung holding its breath. Onto a wooden cart climbs the condemned, a sow, heavy as a sin, its bristles brushed smooth, its head forced through a crude cowl. Someone has tied it into a ragged tunic so that, from a distance, it reads as person. A clerk reads charges in a voice that carries. The sow bit and killed a child. There is a judge. There is a bailiff. There is even, most astonishingly, a defense attorney whose job is to make meaning out of an animal's silence. Sentence? Death. By hanging? The rope looks absurd against the sky, but the execution is not a joke. The pig swings, the crowd exhales. They have watched the law prove it can reach anywhere, even into the sty. For years, modern readers filed such stories under surely embellished, the way we file tales of dragons under fog banks shaped like teeth. But the parchment exists. The handwriting is careful. The wax seals heavy. The fees itemized with cheerful bureaucracy: payment to the tailor for dressing the prisoner, payment to the drovers for escort, payment to the executioner who, like death itself, charged by the job. France, Switzerland, the empire, dots on the map where bulls, boars, pigs, horses, and dogs were arraigned, tried, and punished. Elsewhere, the courts reached into the smaller world. Swarms of caterpillars were warned, then anathematized. Beetles were sued. Locusts excommunicated with a seriousness that would char a bishopric. It was not random madness. In a universe ordered by God, everything ranked, but everything belonged. Scripture spoke plainly. If an ox gores a man so that he dies, the ox shall be stoned and its flesh not eaten. Roman canon procedure added a spine of steps, a summons, representation, judgment, sentence. Medieval bestiaries, those illustrated sermons masquerading as zoology, draped animals in moral costumes, foxes as hypocrites, lions as kings, swine as gluttons, and that habit of seeing the world through allegory bled easily into law. If a creature could be read, it could be called to account. Justice, to medieval eyes, was not a human monopoly. It was the weather of creation. The theater had rules. In secular courts, like the one that hanged the sow, an offending animal was seized as if it were a peasant who'd swung a club. Owners might be fined for negligent keeping, but the animal's body bore the ultimate blame in ecclesiastical courts, which claimed souls as their jurisdiction. Things turned more spectral. Pests were cited in absentia, and notices were nailed to parish doors, giving caterpillars the courtesy of appearing or of removing themselves from the fields by a certain date. Priests chanted formal maledictions if the creatures refused. The language was ironed smooth by centuries. God, who gave dominion to Adam, is asked to restore order. The creatures are addressed as members of creation who have forgotten their place. Sometimes the imagination of the law tied a tie and went to work. In the early 1500s at Autumn, a legal prodigy named Bartholomew Chassanet was appointed to defend rats accused of devouring the barley harvest. He treated the matter as if the defendants were merely small, innumerable citizens. First, he objected to service. The summons had been read only once in the city church. Many of his clients lived in outlying parishes and could hardly be expected to learn of it. The court, perhaps suppressing a smile, ordered new summons in every parish. When the rats still failed to appear, Chassanet argued that their journey would be perilous, for the roads were thick with cats' mortal enemies, so without a guarantee of safe passage, the defendants could not be required to attend. The judge, tangled in his own devotion to procedure, could only acknowledge the logic. In the end, the case dwindled, the way gnats dwindle at first frost, but Chassanet's reputation flowered. He had, after all, defended a nation of whiskers and won on points. Elsewhere, the theater pursued different endings. A rooster in Basel produced an egg, a phenomenon believed to be the devil's betrothal gift, the seed of a basilisk. The court found the bird guilty and burned it with the egg, the smoke a visible fence against panic. In Weevil suits, famous ones haunted vineyards from the Jura to the Valais. The pests were sometimes granted a tract of rough land beyond the village, where they might feed without injuring Christian property. A compromise as weirdly compassionate as it was useless. Even mercy traveled on rails. You could see the judges straining to honor both their theology, everything ordered, and their agronomy, everything hungry. The pageantry mattered because it performed control in an unpredictable world. A sow that kills a child tears a hole in the social fabric. Dress the sow like a person. Process it through familiar forms, and the hole is stitched, or at least hemmed. A blight that eats a year's bread can make a parish feel as cosmically abandoned as Job. Summon the blight, curse it in Latin, and suddenly the plague has a face. The moral order, so fragile amid weather and war, is not just reasserted, it is sung. Processions marched, bells pealed. The community watched its priests as they addressed caterpillars as if they were recalcitrant parishioners. Faith and law braided themselves into a rope strong enough to pull fear a few steps backward. We, who live under different clouds, are inclined to laugh, but mockery is a crude shortcut. These trials wore three masks at once: deterrence, ritual, and compensation. Deterrence? The spectacle warned owners to pen their pigs and muzzle their dogs, because an unsupervised animal could cost you your pig, your purse, and your place in society. Ritual. The vocabulary of indictment and absolution allowed communities to speak to disaster in the only grammar that calmed them. Compensation. Executions were sometimes public festivals funded by fines and fees that redistributed a little money through the town, a strange sort of welfare. Yes, but the poor have always taken their relief where the rich scatter it. There were limits. Not every bite drew a bench of jurists like ravens to a field. Plenty of dangerous animals were dispatched summarily. Plenty of pests were met with scarecrows and smoke instead of subpoenas. The law came into play precisely when the injury pushed against an invisible border, when grief needed the dignity of robes, when outrage needed choreography, and sometimes, let's say it, when officials needed to be seen to be doing something grand in a world where grain taxes rose and roofs leaked. What shines through the vellum is how scrupulously serious the participants were. The clerk lists costs, the sergeants escort the accused, the defense argues, the judge weighs, the sentence is executed, and the body sometimes displayed at the scene of the crime. Not because it taught pigs a lesson, but because it taught people that the map of authority covered even the corners. In a century haunted by demons and saints, superstition and a scholarship walked arm in arm. The same minds that could patch Roman law onto feudal custom could also picture a rooster's egg hatching catastrophe. We are not so different. Our fears simply prefer other costumes. If you need the why distilled to a single drop, it is this. Medieval justice was less about finding the mind behind the act than about restoring the world to right relation. You can hear it in the prayers that accompany anathemas of locusts, which read like weather reports written by angels. Return to the places appointed to you at the beginning. In that command throbs a vision of creation as choir, where every voice has its note, and the only unforgivable sin is to sing the wrong melody too loudly. So yes, a sow in Falaise swung for murder. Yes, rats won adjournments on the grounds of cats. Yes, weevils were addressed as if they had opinions about real estate. The absurdity is part of the truth, but only part. The larger truth is human and recognizably tender. Among the ashes of barns and the small coffins, the law did not shrug. It dressed the terror, named it, tried it, and punished it, so that mothers could sleep, so that fields could be blessed, so that, for a season, order would feel less like a rumor and more like a wall. In that sense, the animal trials were not detours from reason. They were bridges to it, built out of the only materials available, scripture, ceremony, and a profound refusal to be helpless. When we smile at the record, we might also bow our heads to the need it answered, the need every century shares to make grief kneel, and to swear that even the smallest upheaval can be ushered back inside the fence. Nothing says Middle Ages in the modern imagination like a coffin-shaped monster, human-sized, hinged like a wardrobe, studded with spikes as long as guilt. The victim is placed inside, a door swings, and history helpfully bleeds. Museums love to tuck this nightmare under theatrical lighting and call it the Iron Maiden, as if the twinned promises of metal and virginity could make terror sound refined. There's only one problem. The Iron Maiden is a lie, a gorgeous, profitable, headline-friendly Victorian lie stitched together from scraps of older punishments and the 19th century's appetite for gory souvenirs. The Middle Ages had their brutalities. They did not have this. Start with the specimen that made the Iron Maiden famous, the Virgin of Nuremberg. Its first big splash came not in a medieval court record, but in an 18th century flourish. Antiquarians in German lands, browsing armories and city stores, found hulks of wooden punishment barrels, the shand mantle, or coat of shame, and Iron Maiden's faces, pleasantly horrifying masked doors from theatrical pageants of punishment, where shame was a costume you wore in the market square. Add to that the Victorian museum industry, which adored macabre tableaux the way a child adores sugar. And you have the recipe. Assemble parts from unrelated devices, stud the interior with spikes often added with cheerful anachronism, and attach a placard that weds the words medieval and torture in letters large enough to silence doubt. Voila! A relic is born, and box office follows close behind. But move the lantern closer and the seams show. Medieval penal practice was frankly public and practical. Town justice preferred punishments people could see: pillories, stocks, whippings, brandings, banishments, amputations that shouted the lesson to a crowd and paid the hangman's fee. When medieval authorities wanted confession, they used pain under rules that, while frightening, were still rules. Jurists argued about proportionality. Inquisitors logged their questions. The church circumscribed what could be used and for how long. None of that leaves even a ghost of a paperwork trail for a man-sized iron cabinet bristling with nails. If an instrument existed that devoured bodies whole with such pageantry, the parchment world, so meticulous about expenses down to the price of rope, would have mentioned it. It does not. The trick the Iron Maiden plays is visual logic. It looks right to us. We've been trained by grim engravings, those 16th and 17th century prints that paint the Middle Ages in tar, to look for spikes wherever piety darkened. A sarcophagus with a woman's serene face and a forest of nails combines three fantasies at once: the virgin purity, the coffin finality, and the spike mechanized malice. Victorian showmen understood that any device which suggested theology sharpened into iron would sell tickets, and they built accordingly. When traveling cabinets of curiosities toured Europe and America, the Maiden rode shotgun. Even respectable museums colluded. A dramatic object brings feet through doors, and feet bring donors. None of this is to absolve the centuries. Spain was a technology of truth, and Europe used it. The rack, simple wood and rope, was efficient enough to explain itself. Thumb screws crushed the cartilage economy of a hand, a miser's instrument if ever there was one. Strappado, an unadorned cruelty, hoisted the accused by tied wrists and dropped them in jolts until shoulder sockets rebelled. All of this grew especially systematic in the late medieval and early modern inquisitorial procedure, when legal scholars collapsed proof into a scale: rumor, half proof, full proof, and when papal and princely decrees, even while limiting tortures, legitimized their conditional use. But these tools are nakedly practical. The Maiden is theater. It flattens the messy geometry of interrogation into a single operatic prop. Ask 2 what medieval punishment was for. It policed reputations and restored order. Shame, noisier than death, was a favorite currency. A baker who cheated on weight might be chained to his own oven or paraded with a too small loaf nailed to his cap. Adulterers were walked, jeered, sometimes shorn. Scolds rode the cucking a stool. Drunkards wore the barrel. Pain spoke, but the spectacle roared. A spiked coffin would hide the lesson. There is no public pedagogy in a box. That is why the Maiden smells more of exhibition hall than of town square. So where did the parts come from? Imagine a storeroom in a German city, the shandmantle, a barrel or iron mantle, no spikes, into which offenders were locked and displayed. Fragments of festival machinery. For medieval cities, staged morality plays where vices wore masks with hinged faces. Devotional imagery, where statues of saints opened to reveal relics in a cavity of grace. By the 18th and 19th centuries, when nationalism and nostalgia were renovating the past, these bits lay like bones inviting a Frankenstein's hand. Curators, some credulous, some cynical, riveted iron leaves into a body, welded nails inside, and let guidebooks do the rest. During the 1800s, at fairs and expositions, the Maiden stood as ambassador from a fabricated hell, proof that the world's progress had rescued the present from barbarism. History became a mirror held up to flatter. Are there earlier cousins? There were execution devices that enclosed. A Roman brazen bull lived mostly in legend and moral pamphlets. Eastern and Byzantine punishments knew impalement, a horror of anatomy more medieval than any iron closet. But the put a body in a box of a spike's logic belongs to later printers and showmen. Even the notorious pair of anguish, often advertised beside the Maiden as a medieval mouth torture, turns slippery under a scrutiny. Surviving pairs are usually 17th to 19th century creations, sometimes obstetric instruments or mechanical gags mislabeled to goose a crowd. The marketplace of terror is happy to sell one century under another's flag. You can measure the lie's success by the way language absorbed it. Iron Maiden became shorthand for any pitiless embrace, any lover that tightens into trap. Rock bands, horror films, escape rooms, everyone borrows that mask. Curators who now place apologetic labels beside their maiden's assemblage. 19th century construction, romantic reconstruction of a device that did not exist still keep the cabinet on the floor. Why? Because the object commands the room like a black hole commands light. Even corrected, it earns. The past, poor thing, must sit there and be accused by an artifact it never produced. What do we gain by prying the spikes out of our imagination first? Clarity about a real suffering. A sling of rope is cruel enough when a magistrate uses it to tear open shoulders. A strap of leather is cruel enough when a jailer tightens it around a limb, turning pulse to silence. The truth does not require decoration. Second, a truer map of medieval mentalities. The age loved symbol and ceremony, yes, but it also loved due form. Torture, when used, was bounded by choreography, formal accusation, limited sessions, barred repetition without new evidence, confessions repeated sans duress to count. Those boundaries were cold comfort to the body, but they were boundaries. The Maiden suggests a lawless carnival. The record shows a bureaucracy of pain arguing with itself. Finally, the debunking itself is a parable. Every century inherits its favorite nightmares. The Victorians needed a Middle Ages that justified their own self-regard. We are enlightened because they were savage. So they built a reliquary for that conceit, stooping to rivet spikes onto a myth and bowing before it as if it were proof. We, who love our own narratives of progress, should shiver at how easily a clever object can flatter an entire era into lying to itself. Picture a tour group. A guide leads them to the cabinet's shadow. He tells the story they came to hear. Heretics shut in, spikes angled to wound, not kill, the door never fully closed, the body slowly surrendering to a drip of knives. Gasps ripple, the phones rise. Everyone feels the pleasure of horror that confirms a prejudice. Then, if the guide is honest, he smiles and wipes the blood from the story. He tells them the real instruments, the real procedures, the dull, merciless pragmatism of a town that wanted order so badly it would ask Paine to speak on oath. The group may be disappointed. The truth is less cinematic, but it is also more humane because it respects the actual dead and the actual living who tried clumsily, cruelly, sincerely to run a world. Our project tonight has been to let the Middle Ages step out from behind their props. The Iron Maiden is a prop, a theater door painted to look like iron. Open it, and you find not spikes, but us, our hungers, our need to make the past uglier so that we can feel cleaner, our willingness to trade accuracy for spectacle. Exorcising the Maiden doesn't absolve medieval cruelty. It absolves us of the lazy pleasure of believing that cruelty must always dress like a carnival. The truth of pain and the long argument of law with violence is harder, quieter, and if we listen, more instructive than any riveted lie of all the cartoons we've drawn on the Middle Ages. None is doodled more lazily than the flat earth monk squinting at a parchment shaped like a pizza box. It's tidy, smug, and wrong. The people who copied Bibles by lamplight, who calculated Easter by the sky, who taught boys to conjugate and to count, did not spend 1,000 years believing that ships slid off an edge into the dragon's mouth. They knew the earth was a sphere round not because of romance, but because observation, inherited science, and their own school books told them so. Begin with the classroom, that furnace where ideas were hammered into generations. In Latin Europe, astronomy sat in the quadrivium with music, arithmetic, and geometry. Those four elders of number, a staple text, Sacrobosco's little book De Sphæra Mundi, rolled off university lecterns from the 13th century onward like liturgy for the stars. It starts with a premise too simple to argue. The world is a sphere, not a coin, not a saucer, a sphere. If you want to pass your exams in Paris or Oxford, you copy that sentence, you prove it, you memorize the signs. The shadow of the earth on the moon during an eclipse is always curved. Travelers see new stars when they walk south. The pole star crawls lower as you leave the north. A student who mumbled flat would fail before he finished the F. Sailors, who learned with their bodies what the scholars learned with chalk, had their own curriculum ropes, winds, and a sky. Stand on a promontory long enough and watch a ship recede. The hull disappears first, then the masts slip behind the horizon's lip. Not magic. Curvature. Navigate by the pole star and its elevation changes with latitude. A quiet trigonometry scrawled by the night. Even markets confessed the round world in goods. Spices and fabrics made long arcs to arrive, and men with calluses for passports traced routes that curved like the planet beneath them. None of this means the medieval cosmos resembles ours. Their universe was a nested music, concentric spheres turning around a central Earth, geocentric, yes, but globular still. Aristotle's physics, distilled through commentators Arabic and Latin, supplied the framework. Earthly stuff fell toward the center. Fire and air rose, the heavens revolved in crystalline perfection. The scholastics argued the details with knife-edged courtesy, but the shape of the table on which they argued was never in doubt. Who told us otherwise? The 19th century did, with the creativity of a press agent and the confidence of an age that decided it was the first to be reasonable. Novelists and polemicists needed a medieval straw man to kick in order to crown themselves modern. Washington Irving, charming vandal of fact, painted Columbus as a lone genius jeered by monks who feared he might pitch his caravels over the rim. The drama made good copy and worse history. The real quarrel around 1492 was not whether the earth was round, but how big round it was. Columbus lowballed the circumference and prayed that Asia would hurry up and be closer. He gambled on the size of the sphere, not its existence. Two other 19th century gentlemen, John William Draper and Andrew Dixon White, stirred the pot to a boil. They sold a tale of eternal war between science and religion, a Manichaean script in which the Middle Ages must therefore be the dark enemy. Flat Earth made an excellent prop in that theater, a single ridiculous belief on which to hang a millennium of condescension. Their books were swaggering, persuasive, and sticky. Schoolrooms adopted the myth, cartoons followed, a falsehood planted itself like a hardy weed in the lawn of common knowledge. But what about the weird maps someone always asks, pointing to the famous TO diagrams that make the world look like a cookie? Those are not cartography, they're sermons in ink. They arrange the land masses, Asia on top, Europe and Africa below, inside a circle to deliver theology, not bearings. Jerusalem at the center, east where the sun rises because Eden lives in imagination's dawn, when medieval people wanted to travel instead of pray. They knew how to draw a coastline that hugged experience, how to walk distances with their feet and translate that mileage to parchment. A map can be both symbol and tool, and they built both kinds. Were there dissenters' voices that flirted with flatness? Yes, the record whispers a few. A late antique scold, such as Lactantius, mocked spherical pretensions. A Byzantine merchant turned monk like Cosmas sketched a tabernacle universe. But these were exotic birds in the aviary, admired more for novelty than for guidance. The mainstream Isidore copying Roman learning into a Christian library, Bede peering at eclipses from the north, Thomas Aquinas welding Aristotle to creed inhabited a round earth. Their God made an ordered creation whose mathematics could be loved. Their saints looked heavenward and, in doing so, accepted a cosmos in which globes roll and spheres sing. The evidence is everywhere once you learn to see it. Read a mariner's log describing how the masthead sights land before the deck does curvature again. Read a legal text that calculates the different length of shadows at different latitudes, geometry meeting governance. Read the dry schedules that universities kept, which tell you when astronomy classes met, which masters taught it, which commentaries they required. If superstition ruled, it kept meticulous minutes for math. Even pilgrims, in their literature of longing, noticed how southern stars felt like strangers, and how the north's familiar ceiling had shifted, ever so slightly, as they moved. Each remark is small. Together they weave a round world you can touch with your senses. There's a reason the myth that they thought it was flat is so popular, though it flatters us. The story lets modernity stand in better light. Chin up, smoother skin. If they were flat, we are enlightened. If they oozed fear, we breathe reason. If their ships nosed toward dragons, ours stride comfortably across a globe pre-approved by GPS. The Iron Maiden sells tickets in a museum. The flat Earth sells tickets on the ego. Both are theater. We buy a seat. We watch a past more grotesque than the truth. And we emerge confirmed that our century is cleverer than theirs. Listen carefully, and the Middle Ages answer back. Not with defensiveness, but with the calm of a clerk opening a drawer of proofs. A spherical Earth was useful. It predicted eclipses. It enabled the calendar on which estates balanced their harvest and abbeys their prayers. It explained why travelers wrote new star names into their notebooks, and why the sun dipped late in summer in the far north. The best minds of the age loved reasons that fit their eyes. They could be credulous about relics and hard-headed about geometry in the same afternoon. Human beings are conveniently plural that way. And so, tonight, retired the tired image of the terrified monk tracing the dragon at the world's edge because he fears to draw a curve. Replace him with a scholar reading by a window, Chakrobasco's prose a comfort in his lap, with a shipmaster judging the height of the pole star by thumb and memory, with a teacher chalking a circle and inscribing it with arguments that knit Aristotle to a scripture and both to the knight. Their earth was round, and they knew it. Their cosmos was not ours, but it was coherent, and coherence is the first kindness knowledge extends to a mind. It is tempting, always, to make the past a stoop so that we may feel tall. But history is more honest and more interesting when we let the dead stand up straight. The medievals do not need us to rescue them from their reputations. They need us to stop dragging props onto their stage. Put away the flat earth along with the spiked coffin. The darkness into which we fling them is not theirs. It is the corner of our own theater where the spotlight doesn't reach, where the stories that make us feel superior wait, patient as myths, for the next audience to sit down. Imagine the square at noon, bells tolling, neighbors leaning out of windows, a priest in vestments beside a table on which rests a length of iron, glowing like a small, obedient sun. Beside it, a cauldron of water trembles, impatient. There is no evidence docket, no chain of custody, no cross-examination, only the expectation that God will reach into matter and make it speak. This is the medieval ordeal, justice conducted in public and lit by fire, a legal instrument that looks like a spectacle from our distance and like a certainty to those who gathered close enough to smell the steam. We know the greatest hits, the hot iron, the boiling water, the cold water borrowed from the well, the duel for men with good wrists and worse tempers. In an ordeal by hot iron, the accused took up a bar, often 1 pound for lesser charges, 3 for the grave, and carried it 3 measured paces. The hand was then swaddled, sealed with wax and the priest's sign, and left to God and linen for 3 days. After that cooling pause, the bandages came off. If the wounds were clean and knitting, innocence. If angry and weeping, guilt. The ordeal by boiling water worked similarly. Plunge the arm in to snatch a stone from the bottom, bandage, seal, wait, unveil. The cold water version inverted the logic, bound and lowered into a pond. A soul favored by heaven would sink and require rescue. A body rejected by pure water would float and be condemned, a theology of buoyancy that makes the stomach turn for reasons both scientific and moral. It is tempting to call the whole thing barbaric and close the book. But if you put your finger like a bookmark between our instincts and their practice, the page reveals something more nuanced. These rituals sat at the intersection of law, liturgy, and local knowledge. Before iron met palm, there had been swearing. Medieval justice loved the choreography of oaths, compurgators, neighbors who would put their reputations beside yours like shields, swearing that your character made the accusation unlikely. Often, the very prospect of ordeal flushed out truth. A thief confessed rather than grasped the iron. A village, unwilling to see a widow scalded, negotiated compensation. A lord, recognizing the danger of making his tenant into a public martyr, settled. The ordeal's greatest effect was not on the accused body, but on the community that gathered to watch it. Priests, too, were not mere stagehands. The rite of ordeal was sacramental in its staging. Holy water was blessed, iron was laid on the altar before it hissed on flesh. Prayers were sung in a register that braided courtroom to choir. The same men who heard confessions and reckoned calendars also measured paces and inspected wounds, and they could be merciful without announcing it. There are manuals and marginal notes that advise temperance. Let the water cool, judge healing generously, withhold the ritual entirely if doubt is too muddy to wash clean. Clergy were often the quietest reformers in the square, turning the temperature down sometimes literally on a spectacle that the crowd was prepared to love too much. That doesn't make ordeal a gentle creature. People burned, hands blistered. The river held human bodies with what must have looked unforgivable indifference. Yet even the cruelty had rules. The 3-day interval was not superstition, but procedure, designed to replace immediate panic with a time in which wounds would declare their future. The weights, depths, and distances were standardized by custom so that one village's justice rhymed with the next's. In England, you can find lists of offenses calibrated to ordeal. Thefts under a threshold might invite hot iron. Graver charges boiled deeper. There was a logic here, sticky with theology and smoke, but logic nonetheless. So why did it fade? The answer carries the papal weight of a council's seal. In 1215, bishops gathered in Rome for the Fourth Lateran Council, a great turning gear in the machinery of Latin Christianity. Among its many canons was a quiet revolution. Clergy were forbidden from participating in ordeals. No priest to bless the water, no mass to make the iron part of a liturgy, no ordeal. At least not the way the law was designed to function. The church had started to worry that it was begging a miracle as a matter of routine. God, they reasoned, should not be compelled daily to leave fingerprints on kettles, pull the priests out, and the square's drama lost its sacramental spine. At the same time, other tools were coming onto the workbench. Royal government in places like England, eager to know more than fire could tell, had been sharpening the jury. Traveling justices empaneled local men to answer questions under oath, what later ages would call presentment, and, eventually, trial by jury. Juries were imperfect and corruptible, as any collection of human beings is, but they promised to weigh patterns and motives instead of palms. Roman law, rediscovered and taught in Europe's new universities, offered models of written procedure and of judges as fact-finders who did not need God to boil a kettle to feel secure in their verdicts. The ordeal did not so much lose an argument as find itself replaced by methods that was spilled less blood and produced more paperwork. Still, the impulse that fed the ordeal never quite leaves us. We, too, love rituals that seem to make truth visible. The polygraph's needles sketching credulity on smoked paper. Forensic shows that pretend a fiber is a confession. The camera's eye elevated to oracle. The medieval ordeal staged the hope that the world is not indifferent to right and wrong, that the created order will push back against a lie if asked properly. You can mock that hope if you wish. You can also recognize the longing for a cosmos in which justice is woven into physics so tightly that it can singe the hand. There are delightful, disquieting details scattered in the record. Some towns kept the same cauldron for generations, as if it were a civic relic, as if its iron remembered the names it had helped to condemn and clear. In some ordeals, women carried the hot iron in a dish, their palms protected by a thin veneer of cloth domesticity weaponized by law. In others, the accused could commute the ordeal by successfully mustering enough oath helpers, a popularity contest that must have felt like divine mercy wearing a human face. There are even murmurs that certain priests salted their mercy with cunning, and iron lifted off the altar at the last instant, so it had time to cool, a cord tied to the accused in the cold water test and fixed to a stone on the bottom, so the man sank just enough before being hauled up, found innocent, thanks be to God. And there are the stories, of course, because a practice like this feeds rumor as eagerly as it fed crowds. A smith who, burned unjustly, lifted his bandages on the third day to reveal a palm already ringed with new skin. A woman who floated when lowered into the pond and went rigid with terror when the rope snagged on a snag of root. A lord who forbade ordeal on his lands and was accused in songs of a softness, of a selling justice cheap. Each tale is a window, warped glass, admitting a slant of truth and a draught of invention. By the 14th century, the ordeal's heat had mostly dissipated in the West. Though embers glowed in pockets and trial by combat kept its shadowy prestige in some places, honor's favorite theater, where God was asked to choose between two men with swords and one would obligingly die to prove the case, the law learned to love parchment more than esteem, learned to trust 12 sworn men more than the well. But go back to that noon in the square before you leave the scene entirely. See the crowd lean in as the priest lifts his hand. See the accused stare at the iron as if it were a door he must grasp to open. See the way the village holds its breath together. They are watching not only for a verdict, but for a sign that they live in a world where truth has weight, where lies blister, where innocence heals. We live there, too, most days, only with different props. Picture the greenwood the way the ballads want you to. Wind combing the leaves like a harpist, oak trunks as broad as pillars in a cathedral no tacksman could afford, and a path where a sheriff's rider slows because he suddenly remembers that the forest has ears. A man steps from the shade, not a saint and not yet a slogan, with a bow that looks like a length of winter pulled taut. You know his name, every child does. But the first time Robin Hood appears on the page, he is not yet the cheerful redistribution agent posterity hired. He is an outlaw in the legal sense, a wolf's head, a man declared beyond the king's peace so that anyone might kill him without blood guilt. The law made him quarry. The Astories made him quick. Start with the paperwork because the Middle Ages loved a list. In 13th and 14th century rolls, you find men called robihod, hobihod, Robertus Hodus, names that look less like identities than labels glued onto inconvenient people. Sometimes we can see the moment the mask is pasted on, Robert Hod, fugitive. After that, clerks use robihod as if it were shorthand for the sort who vanishes into trees. This is not one man traced by a single quill through decades. It is a pattern of poverty, poaching, and debt wearing a name that sticks because it rhymes with desire. The oldest songs do not argue, they dramatize. Robin Hood and the monk, Robin Hood and the potter, and the long jest of Robin Hood pull us not to Sherwood alone, but also to Barnesdale in Yorkshire, where the king's venison grazed under laws sharp as antlers. The Sheriff of Nottingham arrives late to the party. In the earliest tales, the villains are abbeys fat with rents, monks with more coin than mercy, stewards sleek as otters. This Robin isn't Disney's Fox or the Tudor Mask's Merry Archer in Lincoln Green. He is short-tempered, quick to draw, pious in his way, mass to the Virgin, on pain of death but unbothered by clerical blood. Little John doesn't quip so much as quietly break arms with a quarterstaff on a narrow bridge because the road won't fit two men's pride at once. The forest doesn't just hide them, it explains them. After the Norman conquest, forest meant law, not trees, great swathes of England reserved for the king's pleasure. To take a deer was not mere theft, it was lese majesty with antlers. Bow staves of yew, as tall as men, turned muscle into mathematics. Archery practice was mandated on Sundays. A good archer was national security long before he was legend. Add harvest failure, tallages, scutages, and the endless coin sweating of kings at war, and you have a country where a yeoman could fall outside the law as easily as falling asleep. Someone like Robin was going to be invented if he hadn't already been born. What did he stand for? Read The Guest, and you will find a creed more complicated than the neat slogan we print on T-shirts. He helps the poor, yes, but specifically the true poor, those wronged by officials. He punishes cruel sheriffs and greedy abbots, but he also keeps a code. He won't harm a good knight fallen on hard times. He won't eat meat on fast days. He pays for hospitality when it's fairly offered. There is accounting here, lots of it, because medieval justice was tallied in coins and in honor. When Robin takes, it is often in the form of an enforced audit. When he gives, it is gift and propaganda at once, a way to turn the greenwood into a rival court, where grievances finally get heard. Maid Marian, she turns up later, stepping into a story from May Games, those springtime pageants where villages danced winter off the fields and borrowed names to be someone bolder for an afternoon. The May tradition braided Robin together with Morris dancers and hobby horses, and with it came a lighter melody, romance, woodland banter, kisses stolen under hawthorn. Friar Tuck also migrates from pageant to parchment, half parody, half bruiser, the kind of churchman who would bless a brawl and then win it. The band you think of, Marian, Tuck, Little John. Will Scarlet coalesces across centuries like a troupe that adds crowd pleasers with each new town. Kings change in the songs the way the sky changes in a time lapse. Sometimes it is Edward, often Edward the Veteran or the Quash, who hears of a certain archer and rides into the forest in plain clothes to test him. The stage version, swaps in wicked King John so that good King Richard can thunder back to reset the chessboard. A transformation as tidy as a curtain drop. But the earliest Robin doesn't need Richard's benediction to be legitimate. He makes his own authority out of a nerve, ritual, and an arrow that refuses to miss. The violence is not varnished. In Robin Hood and the Monk, blood spills fast. In Robin Hood's death, a prioress at Kirklees bleeds him in a locked chamber until, realizing the treachery, he blows his horn and Little John breaks the door too late. You can still visit Graves' Little John at Hathersage. Robin himself near Kirklees stones made sacred by desire rather than certainty. We want bones because bones make a story behave like history. But the power of Robin is that he never needed a single skeleton to be convincing. He is the sum of complaints shaped into a man who can shoot. By the Tudor reign, printing presses crank out ballads that tidy the edges. Wynkyn de Worde gives us an early Geist in blackletter that you could buy with a few coins and learn by firelight. The Crown discovers that a cheerful outlaw is safe to celebrate when he steals from yesterday's villains. The legend smiles, puts on a brighter green, and learns to flatter. He will be revived again and again by antiquarians who prefer him patriotic, by Victorians who wash the blood off and polish the romance, by filmmakers who turn Sherwood into a camera-friendly republic of trees. Was there a real Robin? The honest answer is that there were too many, and that is why one remains. There were men so poor that the law felt like a fence, men so quick with a stave that a bridge became a throne, men so angry at monks' rents that piety and piracy could occupy the same body without arguing. When a clerk in York writes Robehut, he is not taking dictation from truth, he is choosing a word that already does cultural work. By the time chroniclers in Scotland and England mention Ribenhude and his, like in passing, already curious, already famous, the stories have started to outrun the men. But the forest gives us more than grievance. It gives us a space to imagine a parallel order. Watch how the band eats. Bread divided, venison roasted, Grace said with the same ease as a joke. Watch how they recruit. Trial by staff on a bridge. Laughter after bruises. Then a hand up and a place by the fire. That's the seduction justice as fellowship. Punishment that looks like comedy until you notice who is never laughing. A sheriff humiliated in the woods is a kind of wish granted, and the wish does not age. There are lovely local claims that stick like burrs. Locksley near Sheffield insists it birthed him. Nottingham, of course, prints him on bus shelters. Barnsdale purists remind you that much of the action lives north of Sherwood. Place pride is a part of the folklore's engine, because if Robin once slept under your elm, then your field is thinner for mystery and thicker for meaning. The song becomes a map, the map becomes a boast, the boast becomes tourism, and round we go. What survives best, though, is the rhythm of defiance. Forest law is gone. Abbots are mostly museums. Sheriffs run press conferences instead of gallows. But the feeling that power sometimes needs to be interrupted by wit, that a ledger can be unjust even when the numbers add up, that feeling embedded itself in the English-speaking imagination with fletching and a horn call. The stories promised that you might meet a better court if you left the road and took the path beneath beech and holly. They promised that the poor could be seen, that the proud could be made to kneel without dying, that laughter could be a weapon sharpened to a point. So keep the picture in your head, the path narrowing, the horse slowing, the green like a roof of lit glass. A man steps out, and suddenly the world is not only what the sheriff says it is also what a song can persuade it to be. Whether or not one Robert of Locksley ever drew breath enough to whistle an arrow to its mark, the tune has been playing for 700 years, and crowds are still willing to leave the road to hear it better. That is the truth at the heart of the myth. Not that a single archer lived, but that countless listeners wanted him to. Say the words Black Knight, and you can hear the thunder roll on cue, a visor lowered like a guillotine, a horse steaming in the rain, a vow growled through a grill. We have been trained by ballads and movies to expect the villain to arrive, already color-graded, morally ambiguous, solitary, one dent away from a curse. But the Middle Ages did not write its people in high-contrast filters. A Black Knight was not a necromancer in a mail. He was usually what his name said out loud, a knight signaled by sable livery, a darkened harness, or a coat of arms painted in the tincture of night. The darkness was dye, not damnation. Start with the clothes, because chivalry is nothing if not textile. Armor could be black by method, not mood. Smiths heat-blued plates to temper them, leaving a smoky sheen that read as black in a low-lit hall. Campaign harness munitions-grade gear issued in numbers to soldiers who had no time for a mirror was often oil-blackened to resist rust, a practical finish that made a breastplate look like a storm water. In the late 15th century, German armorers even delighted in the black and white style, etching and oxidizing alternating surfaces so that the steel wore stripes like a cathedral in motion. Surcoats and jupons, the cloth garments worn over mail or plate, were painted with heraldry. Sable black was one of the 6 core tinctures, as respectable in a coat of arms as gules red or azure blue. And livery, the colors of a lord's household, might include black for reasons as prosaic as contrast and as ceremonial as mourning. A retinue in dark livery moving through a tournament gate was a fashion choice, not a hex. Names stick when they are useful. The most famous Black Knight never bore the title in his lifetime. Edward of Woodstock, the eldest son of Edward III of England, whom later generations named the Black Prince. The nickname is a riddle that the scholars keep rearranging. Some say the armor, because a prince who loved the tourney might have worn a darkened harness that turned sunlight into shadow. Others say reputation, because his chevauchés through France during the 100 Years' War left burned barns and bitter chroniclers in their wake. He crushed the French at Poitiers in 1356, took King John II captive, and sponsored brutal raids meant to starve and terrify a countryside into compliance. Black can be a color, but it can also be a verdict written by the people who watched your banner fade to a smudge across their fields. The truth may be that both explanations are right. A life lived in rain-glossed steel earns a nickname. A map scorched by that same life keeps it. And of course, there were other Black Knights whose darkness was simply the herald on their shield. Tournaments loved pageantry more than saints loved incense. Knights entered the lists in disguise, not to commit crimes, but to perform a part. Anonymous challengers riding beneath a plane. Dark coat to test the field and the field's pride. Romances make a game of it. The knight in black appears unannounced at a pas d'armes, lances 3 champions from their saddles, then rides off without removing his helm so that the crowd is forced to finish the story in their heads. It is theater with splinters. Mystery is a fighter's ally. If a chronicler called such a man a black knight, it was likely a description of the moment on the sand, not a certificate of depravity. Why then did Black Knight slide from descriptor to omen, blame the long afterlife of a knighthood in print? 19th century novelists repainted the tournament field as a moral chessboard. As the age of plate gave way to the age of paper, the anonymous challenger became a perfect metaphor for the outsider. Proud, dangerous, a lone clause in a world of complicated contracts. Early cinema copied that silhouette because it reads instantly from the back row, a dark figure against a pennoned horizon. The role calcified. He is the man who refuses hospitality, the tilt yards a storm cloud, the one who will break the rules because he does not recognize that rules exist for anyone but him. We learned to boo at the black before we heard him speak. The irony, the sort to make a herald chuckle, is that the Middle Ages already had words for villains in armor, and Black Knight was not among them. They had routiers, mercenary bands who hired their swords to whomever paid most and then paid themselves again in loot. They had free companies, those disciplined vagabonds who turned truce years into harvests of gold. They had the wolf's head, the outlaw knight whose feud overspilled the bounds of a lord's patience. They did not need a color to tell them who was feared. They could list the names. They also recognized that black could be a saint's habit and a judge's robe. Sobriety wears dark well. If you want an emblem of honest complexity, walk into a church and look at a funerary brass from the late 14th century. The knight engraved there may be shown in a harness shaded with dark cross-hatching to indicate polished metal. His surcoat might be recorded as sable, because that is what the blazon says. The tiny scribe at the bottom may have added a marginal beast with the same blackness. Nothing in that picture says villain. Everything says this is how he chose to be seen. Armor was language. Black communicated wealth etching is expensive. Discipline, maintenance is constant, or affiliation. My lord's colors are my skin. To read it as sin is to force a modern plot onto a medieval page. There is, too, the sober point that black could be a method of erasing glare. Sun on steel blinds? A matte finish saves sight and can hide dents until the next smith sets his anvil ringing. In war as in hunting, invisibility is a virtue. A knight who darkened his gear might have been less a brooding loner than a practical professional. We have sharpened him into a silhouette because silhouettes are portable across centuries. He, alive and breathing under the weight of 2 stone of plate and padding, probably would have rolled his eyes if the visor allowed it. And yet the fiction does something truthful despite itself. The brooding, independent, or slightly haunted figure who rides alone at the edge of the lists, the Black Knight, as trope, speaks to a medieval anxiety the records will not name, the fear of men who answer to no one. Feudal society stitched itself out of oaths. A knight's authority came from the lord whose bread he ate and whose hall he slept in. A man who could appear out of nowhere, fight like a storm, and then vanish back into anonymity, threatened the whole embroidered order. The color we gave him later is an accident. The shiver is not. So keep the famous exception in its glass case, the prince, later called black by strangers, and keep the multitude of unexceptional dark-clad men who tilted, hunted, and escorted their ladies in livery, died for fashion or mourning. Keep, too, the tournament's love of theatrics, where a plain shield invites a speculation as a skill invites applause. The Middle Ages were full of light, gilded altarpieces, blanched parchment, white surplices. They were also full of shadow, soot-blackened hearths, night marches, the underside of an archer's cap. A black knight lived somewhere in between, as we all do, half in utility, half in image. The day recedes. A trumpet cuts the air like a blade through linen. On the far side of the barriers, a horse steps sideways, all dance and muscle. The rider's harness does not gleam. It drinks the light and makes it quieter. He lowers the lance. He is not a curse, not a prophecy, not a moral. He is a man who understood that darkness sometimes keeps the rain off the steel, and that a color, once mistaken for a character, can end up wearing a century's worth of borrowed sins. The charge begins somewhere. A romantic is already writing him an epithet he never asked for. Some stories sound like they were brewed in an alehouse and spilled onto parchment, a city of stone risen from a swamp, monks stalking causeways like ghosts at dawn, and a bridge so odd it seems borrowed from a card trick. For centuries, Crowland Abbey, an island of holiness said to float in the English fens, felt like one of those charming medieval exaggerations. Scholars smirked at the notion, who plants an abbey in a bog? Yet the fens have a habit of keeping secrets in wet hands. Wood lasts there, hidden from air, so do footprints and plans. And when a spade and core sample went down, the marsh gave up its memory. The miracle was not spectral, it was technical. To understand the audacity, you have to see the map the monks saw, a chessboard of water and reeds where 3 rivers, the Welland, the Nene, the Witham, gave birth to a drowned flatness that glittered under big sky. The fens were England's inland sea, seasonally submerged, rich with fish, fowl, peat, and the long grass that whispered like surf. Island meant any tuft of gravel or rotted oak that rose enough to keep your ankles dry. One such tuft, Crowland, first drew a hermit in the early 8th century, a warrior turned penitent named Guthlac. He built his cell on a barrow, fought his demons real or metaphorical, and died with a holy reputation that pulled pilgrims like iron filings. A century's kings noticed what pilgrim traffic always broadcasts, money and meaning, and endowed a house there. The charter tradition remembers a Mercian ruler, Ethelbald, fastening the first legal pins, and with royal attention came land, liberties, and the mandate to tame a place most men feared. Built in a swamp is not a metaphor, Archaeologists have had the singular pleasure of finding Crowland's engineering still sleeping in the mud. Rings of brushwood and hurdles woven like baskets to make a mattress, then driven piles to bite the peat, then layers of gravel to stiffen the surface. Corduroy tracks, logs laid side by side, formed sections of path where wheels wanted to vanish. A causeway stitched Crowland to drier country, its spine relayed again and again as water gnawed at its shoulders. In places, the monks pebbled the top with scavenged river gravel that still looks, in cross-section, like a river paused mid-flow. Drainage ditches straight as vows cut the reed beds into rectangles. Lodes, artificial channels, yoked the sluggish rivers into service. It is small wonder that later kings granted the abbey jurisdiction over the liberty of Crowland. The monks were not simply praying, they were governing, surveying, and accounting for a wetland city. And then the bridge, Crowland's Trinity Bridge. The triangular bridge of local legend sits today on dry land like a stranded ship, which has confused visitors into thinking it was built as a folly. But the three-sided stone knot, one arch to each point of the compass meeting in a raised platform, made sense in a medieval landscape where two watercourses and a road braided together. You could cross whichever wetness came under you and step onto the high stone island at the center without ever sharing a span with someone coming the other way. The builder solved a geometry problem with confidence. 3 arches, no river now beneath them, a fossil of traffic petrified by time and drainage. Local memory says 14th century. The masonry agrees. In the age that raised chantries and minsters, a bridge could be a prayer with voussoirs. Why here isolation? Yes, the classic monastic hunger to keep the world at the limit of earshot. But isolation in the fens came bundled with assets, what others called waste, a charter could call profit. Eels ran like silver ropes through the ditches. Rents were paid in them by the thousand, counted into baskets as faithfully as coin. Fish ponds, consciously managed, sluiced, and stocked ringed the house. Reeds roofed barns. Peat cut in blocks dried to a winter's fire. Geese in flocks moved like cloud shadow. Meadows nourished cattle through summers that elsewhere would have burned brown. The monks were not romantics. They were portfolio managers whose balance sheet just happened to include relics. The abbey's life read, in many ways, like any English house's, a founding glow, a time of peril, a cycle of rebuilding. Danish raiders found Crowland in the 9th century and left it in splinters and smoke. The marsh protected, but not perfectly. After the conquest, the stone replaced timber, the church grew long bones, and the house learned to talk to kings through obedient priors and useful chronicles. The Croyland Chronicle, copied and embroidered through the centuries, gave the house a literary voice and occasionally a creative memory, amplifying Crowland's part in the nation's chatter. What the chroniclers did with ink, the stewards did with embankments. Both were arts of control. Walk the precinct in your mind. The great church sits where it must, its east end craving dawn. On its flanks, cloister ranges gather the regular day, chapter house for confession and correction, warming room for fingers and gossip in winter, dormitory above the asleep, refectory where a monk could learn the weight of silence between spoon and bowl. Out in the granges, lay brothers drive the seasonal engine mowing, dredging, mending banks, thresher song stitching the year to its center. When flood rises, boats take the road's place, and the house becomes an island, in fact, an image again. The bell cuts the fog, geese complain, somewhere a fish weir sings. Skeptics once filed all this under picturesque fable. Then the trenches yielded dendrodates from waterlogged timbers, neat ladders of tree rings pointing to a specific winters. When axes bit and bridges rose, post holes formed patterns too deliberate to be accident. Test pits along the supposed causeway found sequential repairs, evidence of attention, not invention. Even the triangular bridge's uselessness today is proof of its former purpose. Only radical 17th century drainage ditches, cut by Dutchmen under royal patent, rivers straightened into shining knives, could have marooned it. The monks built to the world they had, and the world moved under them. Do not imagine, though, that Crowland spent its centuries in bucolic peace. The fens stoke quarrels. Water is boundary and lifeblood. Divert it and you steal. There were lawsuits over rights to fish, to cut turf, to run cattle on the wash in dry spells. Neighboring houses Ely, Ramsey, Peterborough played chess with pastures, and Crowland moved its pieces with as much finesse as its choir sang psalms. After the long medieval climb came the sudden cliff. The house fell in Henry's dissolution, its bells silenced, its stones carted into cottages and pigsties. The parish kept a fragment of the nave, enough to vault prayers under broken angels, and the rest stared at the sky until generations called the ruins romantic. They are, but romance here is anchored in math, timber, and mud. What makes the Crowland story satisfying is not that a myth proved true as though we had caught the Middle Ages in a lucky honesty. It is that the myth mistranslated the boast. The monks never claimed magic. They claimed competence. The idea of holiness in a marsh was always more than a metaphor for purity in a fallen world. It was a promise that discipline could find purchase where the unwary would sink. Pilgrims came for Guthlac's intercession. Carters came for a safe crossing. Renters came with their eel baskets. The abbey's sanctity expressed itself as infrastructure. There is a glimmer of modern recognition in this. We too build on edges that look unpromising and then swear that the place was inevitable. We stack glass on reclaimed mudflats and call it a skyline. We pump and channel and tame. If 1,000 years from now someone digs through our engineered deltas and says, "Surely not," the mud will correct them. In that kinship, Crowland stops being a curiosity and becomes a mentor with moss in its beard. Stand, finally, on Trinity Bridge in your mind, where 3 small arches meet like clasped hands. The water is gone now. Fields and a quiet town replace the flicker of oars. Lean on the parapet and look down at a stone worn to a shallow saucer by centuries of souls. Imagine reed beds shining like scales. Hear a bell strike from the surviving church. See a monk anonymous and late walking a path he helped lay, counting steps because accounts must balance and prayers do too. He's not beating back chaos with miracle. He's managing it with geometry. The abbey in the swamp was never a drunken story. It was a blueprint, and it worked. She appears, if she appears at all, like a rumor turning a corner, a learned cleric whose Latin ran like water, whose mind outpaced the men around her, whose secret was stitched beneath a cassock. In Rome, they still tell the story in a low voice, as if a city that keeps the bones of martyrs might also keep an embarrassment. A woman, they say, seated on Peter's throne. She rose by wit and diligence. She fell in the most public way a body can betray a lie. The tale has a choreography that repeats across manuscripts. A brilliant girl, sometimes English, sometimes German, disguised as a boy, studies abroad. Paris or Athens is named because a legend always wants a far horizon. She comes to Rome, shines as a teacher, becomes a papal notary, then a cardinal, then astonishingly pope. She reigns briefly, wisely even, until a procession from the St. Peter's to the Lateran turns a dusty street into an arena. There, somewhere along a route that tied the two basilicas with a cord of ceremony, labor seizes her. The crowd surges, the disguise breaks. Some versions say she dies on the spot. Others that she is dragged, jeered, stoned. Later storytellers insist the Vatican rerouted the ritual to avoid the shameful place. They give that street a name, Vicus Papici, the alley of the popes, and imagine a stone marker that warned feet and memory. Rome is generous with stones. It does not mind lending one to a myth. What makes Joan more than a tavern marvel is not that we can prove her, it is that the paper trail refuses to fold cleanly. The earliest compact narrative of a female pope surfaces in the 13th century in the works of Jean de Maillet and Martin of Opava, clerics with an ear for the instructive shock. They do not agree on all details, but they agree on the scandal. Before them, in the 11th century, a monk named Marianus Scotus compiled a papal list that leaves a suspicious blank between Pope Leo IV and Benedict III, up precisely where later writers tuck Joan. Is that gap a door, or just medieval bookkeeping yawning a single lacuna can bear too much weight? Then there is furniture the sort that keeps antiquarians awake. Two ancient porphyry seats with oval apertures, long preserved in the Lateran, were once part of papal enthronement rites. No one in the Middle Ages knew or cared that such chairs were likely recycled from imperial Rome, perhaps birthing a stools or bath fittings reinterpreted through Christian need. The whole became a story magnet. Satiristus claimed a deacon slid a confirming hand beneath the new pontiff and announced, beyond all doubt, that the shepherd was male. The ceremony acquired a whispered formula, salty and theatrical, that no serious liturgy book records. Yet the seats existed. Bishops sat on them. In the imagination's workshop, practicality becomes proof. Iconography muddies as much as it clarifies. Tarot cards, painted in the 15th century for princely Italian courts, include a serene female pontiff, La Papessa, book in hand, face veiled. She likely personifies Holy Church or faith itself, an allegory in a world that adored allegory. But once a rumor has a silhouette, a picture can look like testimony. In church murals, too, a crowned woman with a cross staff appears, sometimes an image of a saint, sometimes a symbol labeled ecclesia. The modern eye hunts for Joan in every tiara. The medieval eye saw a principal dressed as a person. It is tempting, in the age of records and instant doubt, to kick the legs from under the story and call it over. We could, with justice, point to the established scaffold of 9th century history, Leo IV's death in 855, the contested election of Benedict III, the anti-pope Anastasius, imperial and Roman factions tugging the rope, and see no space for an interloper. We could note that the papal chancery, which metes out names and dates like measured grain, is not the sort of office to conceal a gender scandal for centuries. We could cite how the most sober chronicles, those that care nothing for titillation, keep silence. The absence is thunderous. But if all that were simple, Joan would have washed out of memory like chalk in rain. She persists because she is a pressure point. Her story tests the hinges of authority, gender, and spectacle. What is the papacy if a costume can pass? What is the church if the most guarded seat can be fooled? Every age tunes Joan to its anxiety. In the Reformation, she was a cudgel. In the Enlightenment, a jest. For 19th century Rome, sanded by archaeology, proud of catacombs, anxious about credulity, she became a cautionary tale about false relics and the need for footnotes. Modern historians, less interested in mockery than in meaning, stare at the rumor's endurance and read it as a cultural X-ray. Return to that procession, because processions more than documents make an institution visible. Imagine the Pope moving through Rome's arteries, banners snapping, reliquaries glittering, a crowd pressing forward as if to touch the hem of a garment. Processions stitched church to city, doctrine to dust. If a secret were to break, it would break here, where the office is pure theater. That is why the story sets the scene in public. Joan's exposure dramatizes the fear that power is only performance. No backroom denunciation would do. The veil must fall in the street. Scholars who play cautiously with the legend sometimes propose a compromise, less romantic than the fable and more interesting than a flat denial. They point to the papal bureaucracy's habit of elevating brilliant notaries to the purple, to the fact that Rome, like any great city, has always been a stage for reinvention, to marginal notes and marginal figures whose lives never entered the main text. Could there have been a woman cleric who moved among the literate men in disguise, whose unmasking without a tiara shocked enough witnesses to harden into a story? Could the myth be a mirror-smooth lake covering a smaller, truer spring? That is a historian's best kind of perhaps one that refuses to demand that a tale be either wholly false or entirely literal. Even the supposed rerouting of the papal procession, often trotted out as a wink of corroboration, may serve mostly as parable. The idea that the church, embarrassed, learned to skirt a particular alley is delicious because it feels like how institutions behave. They develop a limp around an old injury, but maps say roads shift for dull reasons, floods, markets, new walls. A story likes to take credit for a bend in the street. So why keep Joan because she is useful in a way that does not depend on her birth certificate? She lets us talk about the medieval church's obsession with ritual and bodies, with signs that carry legal weight. She lets us peer into the way cities archive memory in space in a chair, a card, a nickname, a route long after the file folders have burned. She lets us acknowledge misogyny's hard shell and genius's persistence under it. She embarrasses institution and reader both, them for their fear, us for our hunger to believe the wickedly entertaining version. And there is this, the story is good. Not good as in virtuous, but good as in well-built a beginning, middle, and end that meshes with the dramatic gears of Rome. It explains falsely, yet satisfyingly odd objects. It hitches itself to a calendrical knot in the papal lists. It gives the city a dark little shrine of schadenfreude. It allows a flourish of scandal under the dome of sanctity. It is the sort of narrative that cities adopt as they adopt saints, because they answer a felt need. If you ask the stones of the Lateran what they saw in 855, they will give you the shrug of limestone. If you ask the chairs with the holes, they will say they have seated many important bottoms for many different reasons. If you ask the manuscripts, they will argue among themselves. The safest verdict is the one Rome herself seems to render when she repeats the tale with a smirk. The woman pope is the city's confession that ceremony is human, and that humans, under robes, are messy. Call her Joan, call her Papissa, call her a ghost that sits just off stage whenever a new pontiff steps into the light. The curtain lifts, the procession moves, a chair waits, a rumor breathes. Whether she lived or not, she has found immortality in the one medium that never quite dies in Rome. A superstition needs a good origin story, and few dates come wrapped in better theater than a Friday in October when armored men battered monastery doors, and the King of France reached for a ledger with a sword. The tale you've heard goes like this. Friday the 13th is unlucky because on Friday, October 13th, 1307, the Knights Templar, the Crusader bankers in white mantles stitched with red crosses, were seized at dawn by order of King Philip IV. A world tilted. Ever since, the calendar carries a bruise. That version, neat as a coin, isn't the whole economy of truth, but it holds a glint of something real enough to spend. Start before sunrise. Messengers had ridden out with sealed letters, the wax to be broken only on the same morning across the realm. In Paris, at the great Templar commandery on the edge of the city, boots scuffed in the courtyard before the brothers had finished prime. The charges, read aloud in official voices, sounded like a devil's grocery list. Spitting on the cross, obscene kisses in secret rites, denying Christ, worshipping a bearded head, filthy oaths spoken in whispers. The king's sergeants moved quickly. Man after man led to the cells, property inventoried with tidy malice. By noon, the white cloaks of an entire order had been turned into evidence. If the accusations seem baroque, the motive is painfully simple. Philip the Fair was handsome as a coin and just as cold. He loved order and needed money. Wars against England and Flanders had drained the treasury. He had debased the currency, squeezed the Jews, fought the papacy, and still the arithmetic did not love him back. The Templars, meanwhile, were solvent. Born in the Holy Land as warrior monks, they had evolved into Europe's most reliable bankers, deposit boxes in chainmail, a network moving letters of credit from London to Acre with a speed that made kings nervous. Philip owed them. Conveniently, he also suspected them of being an empire within his own. He did not act alone. His legal fist, Guillaume de Nogaret, had a genius for making sacrilege a sound tidy. The Pope, Clement Voillefort, a Frenchman anxious to keep both tiara and head, played a long, reluctant game. At first he sputtered, then stalled, then convened inquiries. Eventually, under pressure heavy as armor, he issued Vox in Excelso, the bull that dissolved the order in 1312. The word abolish looks clean on parchment. In practice, it meant brothers stewing in dungeons, properties parceled out to the Hospitallers or swallowed by eager princes, and archives sniffed over by men who feared secrets they could not monetize. The interrogations were a theater of pain. Under the screw and the rope and the burn of clever devices with cheerful names, men will say anything a scribe can spell. Confessions flowed, puddled, were recanted, then replaced with fresher versions. Some cried that it had all been tests of humility. Renounce Christ in public to prove you could keep faith in the heart. Others insisted the dirty kisses were a stagecraft meant to bind men against blackmail. What could the world do to you if you had already been shamed before your brothers? Most likely, as with all human systems, the Templars were a mixture of piety and practical nonsense, prayer and hazing, and the grim habits that accumulate wherever men live by rules and swords. There were efforts at fairness more than the legend allows. In a castle at Chinon, in the summer of 1308, churchmen questioned the leaders away from the king's jailers. The notes left by that interview, buried for centuries, brought to light in our time, show a pope leaning toward absolution from heresy, if not from the political sin of being the wrong corporation at the wrong time. Even so, tides carry popes. Clement needed Philip as much as he feared him. Institutions survive by bending, men break. And then there is the scene that has kept the schoolboys wide-eyed for 700 years. March 1314, on an island in the Seine, a scaffold, a crowd thick as wheat, and Jacques de Molay, last Grand Master, drawn up to recant. He instead straightens his back in the evening light and contradicts his previous confession. God, he says, sees merchants' lies from a long way off. The smoke that follows is not metaphor. Stories insist he called down a curse on king and pope as the flames climbed. Within a year, both were dead. Coincidence makes excellent theater. The calendar did the rest. So does our modern dread of Friday the 13th spring from that Friday? Not exactly. Fridays carried a faint pall long before the day of the crucifixion for Christians, the end of the work week in places where to rest meant to count costs, a day often chosen for executions because crowds were available and the weekend softened nerves. 13-2 had its own odd music, one too many for a dozen, a number without the courtesy of symmetry, the extra plate at a table that will not balance. Medieval people noticed such harmonies of unease. It is what centuries do when they measure time against providence. But to staple the superstition to October 1307 requires a flourish of retroactive glue. The notion of Friday the 13th as a formula of bad luck gathers momentum much later in modernity's shadow, when we as superstitious, even after astronomy like to bind fear to the calendar with a string we can see. What the Templars give the date is not invention, but illustration, a scene to project on the wall of a small dread. We crave a story that says, this is why the king obligingly provided one. And yet the older currents matter more than the arithmetic. The Templars' fall is less about numerology than about how power redistributes shame. An order created to draw a line across the Holy Land ended its European chapter on an accountant's desk. The scandal was not that men kissed the wrong relic in a windowless room. It was that a state learned how effectively a good smear works when paired with synchronized arrests and a pliant pulpit. If they could be unmade, any corporation could. If their white mantle could be turned to a shroud by decree, then the next ledger might be yours. Still, the legend insists on theatrical flourishes because theater is how we remember. We recall the morning chests burst open, not the years of litigation that followed. We hear the curses, not the careful language of bulls and decrees. We picture men in white, not the gray of bureaucrats. Friday the 13th, in that telling, is less a hex than a mnemonic, a knotted cord reminding us that respectable institutions can vanish in a day if their enemies are hungry and their friends are tired. It is also, inconveniently, a good story, neat, looping, tragic. You can hang a superstition on it like a lantern on a nail. And so we go on pointing to it between jokes about ladders and black cats, half ironically tapping wood, scheduling surgeries on other days if we can help it, laughing at ourselves because the laugh smuggles a tiny tremor out of the room. Somewhere under the grin, a medieval Friday still creaks open its sealed letters and lets a century flood in. If you do not believe in curses, try believing in operations. A king with debts, a clergy divided, a popular order grown wealthy and aloof, a carefully managed dawn. Misfortune does not need the calendar's help, but the calendar loves to keep souvenirs. And this one, this Friday, is stamped with a 13 and a plume of smoke, makes a splendid keepsake for anyone who suspects that luck is just politics you cannot see. When people picture medieval medicine, they imagine a man with a beard like a broom, a knife that looks recently borrowed from a kitchen, and a patient praying to every saint within shouting distance. There's truth in the horror bones were sawn, infection was a lottery, and nobody had met an antibiotic, but that picture leaves out the quieter, steadier rooms where things went right. In those places, under lamplight and over tables scrubbed with wine, surgeons stitched, splinted, drained, and sometimes even gentled a blinded eye back into a shadow of sight. The miracle was not lightning from heaven. It was competence. Start with this skull, because it is the most alarming. Trepanation. The careful drilling or scraping of a hole in the cranium feels like a dare. Civilization should not accept. Yet graves from Europe turn up skulls with neat coin-sized apertures rimmed by new bone, proof of healing. That means the patients did not merely survive the table, they lived months, years afterward. Why take the risk to ease pressure after head wounds, to relieve the pounding of what we now call hematomas, sometimes even to treat persistent headaches? A surgeon would shave the scalp, incise the skin, peel it back like a careful curtain, then work the bone with a trepan, a crown-toothed drill, or with smaller rasps, cooling the instrument, checking the color of the exposed membrane as if reading weather. The tools look brutish to us because they are iron and honest. The technique, though, is methodical, almost tender. Elsewhere, the work was less dramatic, but no less precise. Wounds were cleaned with wine or vinegar because both stung and both worked. Linen wrappings were boiled, laid in neat strips. Salves of honey and herbs sealed edges the way a mason seals a seam. Honey mattered, it pulls water out of tissue and microbes alike, and its sweetness hides a small chemistry set. Texts instructed surgeons to leave a wound open if it was clearly foul, to let it know daylight and drain, to resist the itch, to sew shut what would rot. If you imagine a medieval hospital as guesswork with incense, listen to the verbs in those books. Irrigate, probe gently, excise black flesh, bandage not too tight, watch. Watching was a treatment. The eye, there the technique was older than Christ and would last until spectacles learned to shave light. Cataract surgery meant couching. A sliver of metal slid in at the white of the eye to dislodge the clouded lens, sending it down out of the visual axis. Crude, yes, and risky, but effective often enough that patients spoke of light returning, albeit without focus. Surgeons practiced on animals, memorized angles, kept hands steady with prayers and habit. One can imagine a man rising from the stool with tears he swears are from the wine, stumbling into the courtyard to count stones that had been amiss. We are taught to think the monks banned knives. Not quite. Church canons tried to keep clergy from shedding blood, which nudged surgery into lay hands, but it did not halt the craft. It organized it. In towns, you could find barber surgeons hungering for the skill and status, keeping steel sharp for both hair and hernia, joined by master surgeons who lectured and wrote. In Paris and Bologna and Montpellier, medical schools hummed. Lectures unpacked Latin compilations, Arabic treatises, casebooks dense as winter stew. Students watched operations and learned when not to. Names, too, have been trapped under ash and should be pried out. A surgeon with a pen is as dangerous as one with a knife, and some were both. A meticulous Frenchman outlined fracture care and cautery with a schoolmaster's patience, ordering his chapters like a barracks. An English practitioner described fistulas and the gut-deep misery of soldiers with a frankness earned on campaign, recommending liniments, poultices, and, when needed, cuts he had measured on too many men. From Iberia came a writer who drew instruments, a bouquet of hooks, probes, saws, like a jeweler sketching settings, and who advised sutures of silk and gut, ligatures to check bleeding instead of burning everything black. If these sound modern, it's because method always does. As for pain, they were not indifferent to it. They had no ether, but they were inventive. To make a man sleep, surgeons soaked a sponge in wine boiled with poppy, mandrake, henbane, perhaps a hint of a hemlock, a grim bouquet, then dried it in the sun. When needed, they dampened and held it under the patient's nose. A medieval anesthetic with all the dangers you would expect. The dose could slipped from comfort into calamity in a breath. Yet in careful hands it took the edge off so a needle could pass, a joint be set, a boy be spared some of the scream in him. Nor were hospitals simply barns with beds. Monastic infirmaries and urban hostels developed routines that looked suspiciously like nursing. Patients were sorted, the contagious were set apart when space allowed. Meals were bland by design broths, bread, watered wine, and counted. There were rules against noisy visitors. Chaplains prayed, yes, but brothers changed dressings and measured fevers with hands and eyes, and the woman who laundered linens knew whose sheets smelled better today than yesterday, and told the infirmary in a tone that expected to be obeyed. It was chaotic, crowded, underfunded, often blundering welcome to hospitals at any century's beginning, but it was not the wilderness. Dentistry? It existed somewhere between courage and jewelry. Tooth powders perfumed the mouth with charcoal, salt, crushed herbs. Aching teeth were lanced or pulled with iron forceps that looked like something a blacksmith misplaced, but wobbly teeth could be lashed to their steadier neighbors with fine wire, sometimes gold, sometimes silver, a splint that glittered when the patient smiled. If he felt like smiling, for jaw fractures, they bound the mouth shut, dripped broths through gaps, scolded the stubborn. Survival was the triumph. There were, of course, leeches and cups heated and clapped to the skin with satisfyingly awful pops, and urine held to the light like a stained glass window color, foam, sediment, read like a sermon about the humors. Mistakes were codified with confidence. A suspicious mole might be charted like a zatar and then condemned by a council of men who had seen too much plague to be patient with ambiguity. Quacks sold oils that gleamed in the bottle and did nothing but perfume the air. Surgeons feuded with physicians about rank the knife against the book. Apothecaries nodded and sold to both. And yet within that messy marketplace of hope and hazard, a thread of practicality runs like a stitch that does not break. Lay aside the jokes about bathing once a rain. The men who went to war understood washing a wound mattered. Soldiers learned to boil water first because it didn't make the bandages smell sour. Household remedies preserved in manuscripts garlic and wine. Oxgall and onion were not just charms. Some worked in labs long centuries later, as if a monastery mortar had been passing down a secret, in a whisper the rest of us were too proud to hear. If you entered a medieval ward as a patient with a clean cut, a broken bone that aligned well, or a cataract that sat just where a practiced hand could find it, your odds were not a joke. If you had a festering compound fracture, a gut torn by spear, or a fever that walked like a thief in the night, you were bargaining with Providence. But the men and women around you were not all fools in robes. Many were craftsmen with habits. Some were good. It is hard to make drama out of competence. Blood and smoke have more lines. Perhaps that is why the myths stay. They swell in the mouth. They draw those satisfying portraits of butchers and saints and nothing between. The truth is more tiring and more consoling. A room with a bench, a basin that smells of wine, a surgeon who says as much with his eyes as his voice, a patient who breathes through his teeth, then nods, a stitch that holds overnight, a wife who notices in the morning that the heat is less, the red is not spreading, the kindness of the body has begun. No chorus, no miracle, only the quiet click of human skill, and a century that was better at it than we allow. Let's ring out one of the dampest myths in the medieval attic, that everyone between the fall of Rome and the dawn of the printing press trudged around like unwashed turnips wrapped in wool. It's a story that smells right because it flatters us our showers, our scented gels, our tiny armies of plastic bottles, and it lets the Middle Ages play the fool again. But scratch the grime in those centuries, and you find nail knives in belts, combs in purses, soap boilers at work, bathhouse doors swinging, and people who thought clean skin and a sweet breath were not sins, but signs of good sense. Start in a cottage. There's a tub, wooden staves hooped with iron hauled out on wash days and feast eves. Water warmed on the hearth goes in by bucket. The good soap comes out of the chest in a wrapped hunk like treasure. That soap, more often than not, is lye made from ash married to animal fat. In the South, olive oil soaps appear. They're cousins of later fame from places that will come to be known for them. A cloth sack of herbs, sage, mint, maybe rosemary sinks and steeps, and what rises from the tub smells like a kitchen married to a garden. No daily showers here. Wood is precious and time is work. But not daily is not never. Saturday night baths were a proverb. Babies were scrubbed. Brides and bodies for burial were bathed as acts of love. Now widen the door to the town. You hear the hiss of water spilling from spouts and into stone cisterns. Fountains matter. They are not just pretty, though medieval stonecutters often make them, so they are public taps, municipal plumbing. In the better-run cities, regulations order streets to be swept, gutters cleared, and latrine pits covered. Cesspits are real and awful, yes, but there are also men who empty them for a living, gong farmers with lanterns and ropes who earn their coin in the dark and are paid well because their work is both necessary and shunned. Hygiene is a machine of parts. It clanks, it leaks, but it exists. At the edges of markets and over bridges, you find the bathhouses. In England, they're called stews, a name that will later make the moralists a sniff. On the continent, they're Badehäuser, Balnea, warm rooms with benches and tubs. A visitor might buy a token at the door, stow boots and belt with the keeper, and pad into steam threaded with wood smoke. Bathhouses offer more than heat. Towels, combs, sometimes food and wine, sometimes music. Some offer more than that. Sex follows esteem the way cats follow fish, and city councils write edicts in frustrated ink. Close at sundown, no mixed bathing on holy days, no swords past the vestibule, fines for fighting. The rules prove the habit. You don't regulate what isn't common. Travel farther east, and the heat is different. In the great cities of the Islamic world, the hammam is architecture made into health, domes with star-cut windows, rooms graded from warm to hot, stone benches that hold heat like memory. Crusaders and merchants come home with habits as well as scars, and the idea of methodical bathing, the sweat, the scrub, the plunge slips into Europe's ways as easily as spices do. Doctors of the era write poems to health that include counsel to bathe moderately. not to sit too long in scalding heat if you are weak of humor, to dry the hair well, to avoid drafts. It reads like a spa brochure written by a monk with a conscience. Speaking of monks, the cloister is not a desert. The rule that shaped so many houses of prayer is sober about bathing too much is luxury, but generous to the sick and the weary. Monastic infirmaries draw baths for fevers. Novices learn to trim nails, shave tonsures clean, wash hands before meals because the psalms may be sung with clean fingers. Lay folk notice. In some towns, the hospital attached to a monastery is the only place you can find hot water in winter without splinters. It is not perfume and alabaster. It is warmth and the discipline of routine. Look closer at the bodies that fill these rooms. In graves and riverbeds, archaeologists find combs carved from bone and antler, teeth so fine they can snag a louse's egg. There are ear scoops, tiny spoons that dangle from grooming sets like pendants and tweezers that close with a practiced snap. Manuscripts speak of depilating armpits and trimming beards to the jaw. Ladies' chests yield mirror-polished metal and little pots of tooth powder salt and ash, crushed shells, burnt rosemary, which were rubbed onto cloth or a chewed twig to scrub the mouth. The twigs have a name in many languages. The habit is old as people, and gloves perfumed. Literally, nobles scent the kid leather with oils until a handshake leaves a ghost of rose on your palm. Vanity. Of course, but vanity has always been hygiene's press agent. What of the famous stink? Then it lives, but it lives in the places you expect. In the yard ankle deep in manure, in the tannery where hides rankle and rinse, in the soldier's camp after a week of rain, in the alley where a weary woman dumps a nightjar and the watchman sighs. It lives in August when the fishmonger lingers, and in November when the wool warehouse sweats. The poor whose hands never stop wear the smells of their labor. Yet even there you find wash bowls set on the stools and lye saved in jars. And the wife who is fierce about the linen day because she knows clean cloth against skin saves more lives than any charm. Filth is not a culture, it is a condition, and people fight it with the tools they have. So why do we believe the sour joke, blame a later era's pride? When printers roll and microscopes bloom, it becomes fashionable to point one's telescope backward and call the past benighted. Writers tell us stories about our enlightened cleanliness. Painters give peasants mud and lice for texture. A museum curator in a century gone by will even build a fake torture device because it feels true to call the old world dirty and cruel. Add to that the social collapse that follows the arrival of new diseases, the closures of bathhouses not because bathing is wicked, but because public rooms become hotbeds for infection. And by the 16th century, steam has a bad reputation in more ways than one. Stories stick, but evidence has a stubbornness all its own. City records list bathhouse owners and their fees. Guild rules record soap boilers and their kettles. Wills leave combs and brass basins to daughters. Household guides count bathing among the labors of a Saturday. Miniatures in books of hours show canny women scrubbing toddlers who hate water exactly as much as toddlers hate water now. The hum of clean is everywhere once you know how to listen. Teeth tell a tale, too. Medieval skulls carry tartar. Yes, and cavities grew worse when sugar arrived in barrels from distant waters, but where patterns show that people used their teeth hard and then tended them. A loose tooth bound to its neighbor with wire gold if you could show it. Silver, if you could not, turns up in graves. Mouthwashes. So many recipes. Dilute vinegar with honey, chew fennel, rinse with wine warmed with sage. Does it smell like a vineyard married to a herb garden? Fortunate patient. Is it chemistry as we would like it? Not always, but a little salt and a rough cloth are not nothing. A lifetime of them keeps gums from bleeding. Clothes are part of the story. Linen, the miracle fabric of the medieval laundry breeds. Wicks and washes. You sweat in it, then you boil it and beat it at the river with a paddle that sounds like a drum. Then hang it on hedges until Zun makes it honest again. Shirts are underwear. The body touches linen first, wool second. Changing your shirt is a bath you can afford on a weekday. In urban statutes, fines fall on tanners and dyers who foul the wash stream because the city knows clean cloth matters, and women with paddles will not forgive you. They are a pressure group with muscles. There is also the small theater of manners. Wash basins and ewers come before meals. Fingers are dipped. Hands dried on towels. Hand washing is not an invention of soap dispensers. It is ceremony. Hosts take pride in the neatness of it. Guests notice. To come to table with hands that the smell of stable earns you jokes colder than the ale. Children are scolded for dirt on their nails. Priests frown at vanity, but they also stand at the church door with a bowl on great days, and everyone files past to rinse what touches bread and salt. None of this is to deny the reek of a world before sewers and soap by the ton. Step into a summer fair, and you will wish for a breeze. Step into a siege, and you will wish for death. But those are conditions born of crowding, of war, of poverty. They are not the rooms where people lived when they could choose. In the rooms where they could, they washed. The myth of the unwashed Middle Ages survives because it is tidy. The truth survives because it is untidy and human. Picture a winter evening. A tub steams. A mother scrubs a boy's hair with fingers quick as birds. A father warms a towel near the hearth and holds it out like a cloak of honor. The dog sulks under the bench because his turn will be last. The boy makes a face, then laughs when his nose emerges pink. Outside, the street smells of horse and smoke. Inside, the water smells faintly of rosemary. It is not modern. It is clean enough to sleep well. No, this isn't a lost Monty Python sketch. In parts of medieval Europe, if you were accused, especially if you wore a tonsure and kept your books in a scriptorium, you could be marched into a chapel, placed under the watch of men who smelled faintly of candle smoke and vellum, and told to prove your innocence by swallowing a mouthful of holiness. It had a name, sharp as a blade hidden in bread, the ordeal of the morsel. In Old English lore, you will see another word, corsnet, the accursed mouthful. Elsewhere, it's panis et cassius, bread and cheese. We might call it, less poetically, a medieval lie detector that ran on carbs and dread. Picture the room, not a court hall bristling with spears, But the cool interior of a church at mid-morning, the candles hiss, the deacon holds a paten with a small piece of consecrated bread, sometimes paired with cheese, sometimes part of a mass, sometimes set apart, with its own prayers that sound like legal clauses stitched to liturgy. The accused stands pale as chalk. He has fasted, that's part of the ritual. His mouth is dry because the night before he drank little, and the morning has been full of psalms, and fear dries a throat faster than any Lent. The officiant invokes God's judgment. May this morsel pass harmlessly if the man speaks truth. May it seize the liar so that he cannot swallow. It is the justice of heaven arranged as a test of the swallow reflex. To modern eyes and stomachs, this seems like a superstition wrapped in sacrilege. Why would you gamble the Eucharist on a legal fight? But to medieval minds, it was precisely the point. Truth was a sacred thing. Courts were not just buildings. They were altars where God's order was meant to be restored. If hot irons and boiling water belonged to laymen, the morsel fit the clergy. Words and sacraments, not swords and kettles. The custom lived longest where oaths were the glue of society, where the word "I swore" carried as much weight as a wall of witnesses. The choreography was exacting: fasting before the rite, confession and communion, the reading of gospel verses like legal warrants, the blessing of salt and water to cleanse the tongue and the hands, then the solemn warning: this was not a trick to be gamed. Your body stood at the edge of a covenant. If your heart lied, your throat would know. The morsel was dry. Sometimes it was thick. The officiant watched the swallow the way a surgeon watches a pulse, a flinch, a cough, a gag. The smallest stumble could be read as the touch of God. It is easy to grin at this and say medievals gone medieval. But there is a human logic coiled inside. The rite magnifies the pressure that already sits on an accused chest. Stress constricts the throat. Fear makes the tongue a clumsy muscle. Fasting robs saliva of its courage. If you know you have lied and believe that omniscience will meet you between palate and pharynx, your own body may betray you. If you believe yourself innocent, your breath may steady in the very act of prayer. Psychology and piety clasp hands. The line between miracle and mechanism blurs like breath on a winter window. And there was stagecraft. Just as priests overseeing hot water ordeals sometimes cooled the cauldron a shade or judged wounds gently to spare the plainly innocent, so too could an officiant aim the morsel at mercy. He could make it small, pair it with a sip of wine, dampen it with a hint of water, or he could make it a slab. Medieval justice was not blind. It had many eyes, and some of them were compassionate. When communities needed peace more than punishment, the morsel could become a soft ritual that let a quarrel end without more blood. When they needed an example, the rite could turn fierce. Legends glom on to practices like barnacles to a hull. The Corsned clings to a story of Earl Godwine, who, dining with King Edward, denied guilt and choked to death upon a mouthful of bread. A later storyteller stitched the scene into a morality play, the liar slain by the food of truth. Did it happen that way? The historian's answer is a polite shrug. But the story thrived because the ritual made it thinkable. If bread can judge, bread can kill. The ordeal of the morsel hung in a web with other truth machines. There was compurgation oath helping, where you gathered neighbors to swear that your word was good. There were the irons and waters we met before. There were charters swaddled in wax and relics that bound merchants and princes alike. In this landscape, the morsel is not an eccentric outlier. It is one of many ways a world without fingerprints and film tried to hear the truth beyond the tricks of clever tongues. Its geography mattered. In Anglo-Saxon England, the corsned haunts law codes and homilies. On the continent, the bread and cheese rite appears in local customs and episcopal records, sometimes restricted to clerics accused of crimes because a priest's life was meant to be a wall of oaths and sacraments. The church's own courtrooms were fluent in symbols. To choke before the altar was not a private shame, it was a sign read aloud, and yet even here there was unease, the awkwardness of making a sacrament a snare. That unease grew into a decision with the thunderclap of a council. In 1215, the same year, barons carved their demands into a meadow beside the Thames. Bishops gathered and set rules for the whole Latin Church. Among them, no more clerical participation in ordeals, no blessing of irons or cauldrons, no consecrating of a morsel as a trap for the tongue. If God judges, he does not need us to bait his judgment into bread. The ban did not erase the past in an instant. The habits of towns and villages outlived councils, but it broke the spine of the practice. When the clergy withdrew their hands, the ordeal machine shuddered and slowed. Across Europe, the appetite for divine proofs waned, and new ways of knowing took its place. Juries, depositions, inquiries that trusted human testimony over ritual. But the memory of the morsel stayed sweet and sour at once. It is hard not to be moved by the image of a terrified man standing in a world of smoke and gold leaf, holding truth on his tongue. Hard not to see how communities, staring at crimes they could not untangle, begged heaven for a sign and made the sign edible. Hard not to see, too, the dangers, the tyranny of a cough, the cruelty of a rigged rite, the ease with which neighbors could dress vengeance in the clothes of piety. The Middle Ages were neither gullible fools nor pure mystics. They were problem solvers with the tools they had, and the morsel was a tool, forged of fear and faith. There is tenderness hiding in the procedure's sternness. Before the bread comes the prayer for peace. After it comes, if the swallow is clean, the relief like rain. A man who walks out having swallowed truth will find the market square changed. Whispers untie themselves. The butcher nods again. A woman at a doorway lowers her eyelids in apology rather than accusation. The rite did not simply sort guilt. It stitched rents in a social fabric that tore easily and was hard to mend. And beneath it all, there was the medieval sense that bodies speak when words fail. A wound that heals clean declares innocence in the hot iron ordeal. A body that sinks in cold water, paradoxically, is pure because water, being holy, will not bear a liar. A throat that accepts the divine morsel is a throat that tells the truth. We may smile at the theology of esophagi, but anyone who has ever tried to swallow against a guilty heart knows that the body can be an honest witness. When the practice faded, nothing dramatic exploded. There was no bonfire of patents. The morsel simply retreated into rumor and legend, into stories copied by monks with neat hands, into marginalia, where a stern finger points at a line and writes, "Do not do this any longer." Law moved elsewhere, into the hands of jurors sworn to weigh the words of men, into rolls of parchment crammed with depositions, into a patient trust that truth can be found by listening better rather than by frightening a throat. But for a long time afterwards, the echo remained, the knowledge that, once upon a century, bread could judge. If you step into a small church anywhere, the stones still hold the thrum of that age. You can almost feel the rite again, the quiet hum, the dust curling in sunbeams, the knowledge that in this place men once asked God to show his mind by means of a swallow. It is a strange tenderness to carry into a modern courtroom with microphones and padded benches. But memory is a chorus, and the medieval voice in it still sings, "Let truth be tasted," not only told. It does not begin with a trumpet. It begins in darkness and in discipline, the hour before Lauds, when the world is all breath and frost, and the young knight stands outside a gate that refuses to announce itself. He has ridden here with nothing to clatter or shine. That was part of the instruction. No pennon, no polished helm, no retinue jingling like a purse. The man at the wicket watches him, the way a steward watches a scale measuring not weight, but resolve, then sets the bar back and admits him into a courtyard that smells of oiled leather, old stone, and the steady warmth of horses asleep in their stalls. Somewhere, a bell is readying its throat for morning, but in the preceptory, the rule is silence, and silence is obeyed. He has already stripped himself thinner than the dawn. The sword he wore in the field has been surrendered for safekeeping. The old shield with its painted heraldry is folded away like a family memory. Even his name, thick with place and lineage, will matter less inside these walls than the one word he seeks to wear. Brother, the Templars were fond of such reversals. Their fathers taught them that the public shout of a tournament glory makes a knight. The order insists that a bridle on the tongue is the first discipline of Christ's militia. Poor fellow soldiers of Christ is the phrase they use to describe themselves. A paradox hung like a standard over a treasury. It is cold in the chapel, and it should be. The lamps gutter high, offering light that is more judging than generous. And every flicker makes the saints' bones and the slivers of wood on the altar blink into view like a heartbeat. This is not a cathedral rich with music and glass. The space is pared to muscle and bone. If some Templar houses elsewhere carry a round nave in imitation of Jerusalem's Holy Sepulchre, this one is simpler, more frontier than court. White mantles gleam in the scallops along the choir, a red cross catching the lamp flame when a brother breathes. The master stands apart without trying to look grand. Authority here is not costume, but gravity. They bring the candidate forward and post him like a lone banner before a wall. You can feel the choreography older than any one house, the ceremony shaped at councils and chapters, sharpened by experience on roads where Latin is a second language and justice is what you carry with you. He is permitted no bravado, no rhetorical flourish. There is no place for it. The rule demands humility hard enough to leave marks. What is asked first is not valor, but motive. Have you come of your own free will? Has no lord compelled you? Are you married, indebted, sworn elsewhere? The questions will come later, like iron striking flint. But even in this opening hush, the lesson is plain. A Templar is a sword, yes, but first he is a vow. Outside the door, the world could be bustling a market, binding its first baskets with rush, a groom shaking barley into a nosebag, the baker smearing ash from his arms. But here, the minutes are put to the use of stripping. It is not that the order hates the world, it simply knows the world too well to pretend it won't leak into the cloister unless watched. So the ritual peels, it peels the man away from the habit of applause. It peels him away from the instinct that a good deed deserves good food. It peels him away, most of all, from the sweet shiver that runs down the spine when a horse thunders under the thighs and the line of men breaks before you like crops before a reaper. The temple will not let you worship that feeling. We romanticize moments like this, but the body will not be romanticized. His knees ache on a stone. His stomach, obedient to the day's fast, is a small animal scratching at his ribs. He can smell the wax burning and the raw wool of the mantles. He can also smell his own fear the way you can smell thunder before it speaks. If he is wise, he is not thinking of deserts or dragons or even Jerusalem. He is thinking of obedience as a blade that cuts both directions. It frees you from the burden of deciding, and it binds you to the wound of a choice you may not understand. The order will never flatter him with the lie that obedience is easy. When the master speaks at last, his voice is not theatrical. You would be disappointed if it were. He names the road ahead without balm or ornament, the white mantle worn as a sign of chastity and purity that must be defended not only from women, but from one's own vanity. The poverty that is not a poetic fast, but the practical end of personal property: horse, mail, cup, even the bedroll you carry to war become the orders, not yours. The obedience that outlasts your cleverness, your weariness, your pride. He warns that the temple is not a ladder to power. The Crusader estates are full of ambitious men who find ways to improve their fortunes. This house is not a hedge for your estate. It is the fire that consumes it. The brothers stand like a line of trees in windless weather. Some of them have scars you cannot see. A man who rode relief to a leper colony and held a dying boy while the others were afraid to touch him. A veteran of a siege who learned the worst lesson of war, that you can grow used to it, and begged for penance. A former squire who discovered that anonymity is a stronger wine than praise. Their eyes are not hard. They are old in the way of men who have spent nights counting patrol hours, counting prayers, counting the number of times they will be tempted to believe that the work matters only when it is seen. The candidate will join them in this arithmetic. You could call it a surrender, and you would be right, but surrender is how a soldier learns to hold a line. The Templar genius, if there is such a thing, is not that they prayed better than other men or fought with cleaner steel. It is that they took the fractured identities of knight and monk, hammered them together under a single vow, and then taught the shape to endure. Bernard of Clairvaux once praised them as new knights double born, with bodies that can kill and souls that cannot be killed. The praise stuck not because it was eloquent, but because the brothers tried to make it true at sunrise, one small obedience at a time. The gate the knight passed an hour ago is not a wall, it is a membrane. Beyond it, he was a man of lineage. Within it, he is a creature of a rule that does not care where your grandfather hunted or who your mother's cousin married. Beyond it, he had a purse. Within it, he has the use of gear, only while he bears responsibility. Beyond it, he could pick his fights. Within it, he will be sent to the fight that needs him. Whether that is a sunburned march to a frontier castle with a cistern that keeps breaking, or the entirely unheroic labor of copying accounts so that the order's farms and mills pay for the wood and grain that keep other men alive. The temple is famous for its battles, but its real engine is administration in the service of charity and war alike. Some initiates leave. The ritual allows it. You are tested before vows, as a boat is tested for leaks before it clears the harbor. A brother escorts them out quietly, and the door swallows them as a sea swallows drops. There is no shame, better a clean departure than a dirty oath, but the one before us does not turn. The lamps lift a little as someone tends them. Outside, the sky has moved a shade toward pearl. It is time to step from threshold to promise. He is led closer to the altar where the relics wait like witnesses. He will not touch them yet. First, he must be asked and answer, must hear the questions that quarrel with every soft ambition he has ever hidden in his heart. The red crosses along the choir do not wink. They blaze as if some wind we cannot feel has found their flame. He inhales, and the breath is not a small thing. It is the last breath of a man who believes he belongs to himself. This is the place where battles begin, without hooves or banners, where the most dangerous enemy, your own will, meets a power you choose to call master. Not a prince, not even the master whose office will rotate and whose authority is accountable, but the master you cannot see and yet intend to obey. If that sounds terrifying, it is. If it sounds beautiful, it is that too. The medieval world understood how terror and beauty often live in the same house. The order built a door between them and called it initiation. The bell finally speaks, a low bronze voice rolling through the stone like thunder through hills, and the candidate startles not enough to show, just enough to remember that his body is clay. The master lifts a hand. The brothers breathe as one, and the questions that will strip him clean step forward like soldiers into the aisle. He does not draw a sword, he opens his mouth. That is how the first battle is joined. The master fixes him with a gaze that is neither harsh nor soft, simply exact, and begins with the questions that unmake a man's masks faster than any blade can cut cloth. Do you come of your own will? Have you been forced or lured by anyone? Do you seek this habit for God's sake and not for pride, vengeance, or refuge from debts? Each word lands like a measured hammer blow. The brothers are a wall of white and red at his back. The altar is a spine of relics before his eyes. Between them, there's only a truth, and truth is expensive. He answers, and the air moves. He says he comes freely. He says no lord compelled him, and no quarrel drives him here. The master does not relent. Are you married? Have you given your troth? Do you owe service that cannot be laid down? Have you pledged fealty that will make obedience here a treachery there? The order is not interested in tearing oaths. It is interested in mending souls. If there is a wife, she must remain a wife. If there is a bond that binds, it must be honored. Better a clean refusal than a broken promise dressed up in piety. The rule learned early that a knighthood made of contradictions cannot stand a siege. He shakes his head. No wife, no pledge that would prevent his obedience. But the master is not finished. Do you carry debts? Are there men outside these walls who would chase you into the choir and lay a hand on your shoulder? The temple is not a sanctuary for debtors any more than it is a stable for wayward stallions. A refuge? Yes, but not an evasion. There is a difference, and the brothers guard it with more zeal than they guard their granaries. This is not charity with accounting tricks. This is an army that must know, before it trusts a man with the Red Cross, that he is not hiding from a tally he fears to pay. The questions turn, like a key, deeper into the lock. Can you keep the rule? Will you endure correction? When ordered, will you ride when forbidden? Will you stay? Can you hold your tongue as you would hold a shield in the press? The master speaks of all the obedience that does not look like battle, the cold watches when a frontier roof leaks, the day's march to mend a cistern that has failed again, the long season of accounts where columns of figures are sentries on a rampart, and the mistake is a breach, through which wolves come in the form of hunger. The temple's legend was written with lances. Its life is kept with discipline. Only then does the master draw the veil from the future. You will know little ease. You will eat what is set before you. You will sleep where you're told. You will ride when others rest, and you will hold when others ride. We will ask you to bear heat without complaint and cold without drama. If you are sent to keep a road safe for pilgrims who will never know your name, you will call it glory. If you are sent to tend the sick who mutter at you in a language you do not understand, you will call it honor. We will not flatter you with the noise of tournaments. We will give you the silence of endurance. The candidate listens, and in his chest something buckles and then sets. He has heard versions of this speech in camp, cut short by impatience or wine. He has even given versions of it to boys who looked at him as if he were a hill they would climb. But here the words are braced by relics and rule, by the knowledge that if he nods, he will not be congratulated, he will be watched. This is a vow that breeds witnesses, not applause. The master gives him an exit. The brothers stand, and the door inside their silence opens wider than any gate. You may leave now, son. No shame, no stain, only the truth that this yoke does not fit every neck. A man can love God and yet not be made for this poverty, this chastity, this obedience. Better to bow out than to bow in and then break. The words are not rhetorical. Men have left in this moment. If you listened, you could hear the hinge that his mercy swing again and again across the years. He does not leave. He feels the tremor, not the kind that runs along a spear shaft when it hits a shield, but the kind that rolls under a man's life when he chooses. He has imagined battle as a disorder of noise. Now he sees it as the calm arranging of the self. He thinks of his father's hall and the way the walls wore antlers and shields. He thinks of a woman he almost married, the braid heavy as rope down her back. He thinks of the way dawn looks on the road between two low hills when you're alone and the world is freshly washed. All of it is true. None of it can command him now. He raises his head and says he will remain. The questions sharpen to points. Will you take what is given and never call it yours? Will you keep your body as a temple, not to be entered except by pain and penance? Will you obey what is said without asking why until it is meet to ask? Will you bear the cross gladly when the mission is glorious, and humbly when it is dull? Will you keep the secrets of the house, not because they are scandalous, but because discretion is the armor that keeps brothers from wounding one another? Each promise is a stone lifted and set. The wall rises as he speaks. In the choir stalls, someone shifts just enough wood to creak. It sounds like the sea through a door. The brothers have all been here in some other year, with some other aches and hopes and stains. One remembers his own answers, blurted too fast and corrected by a glance that taught him slowness is a form of courage. Another remembers pausing too long and feeling his pride kick like a startled horse. He learned that day that pride can be broken without breaking a man. They watch the candidate and pray not for success, but for clarity, which is rarer. The master's voice lowers, which somehow makes it louder. This is not romance, he says, without needing to say it. You will be hungry for things you cannot ask for, and you will be asked for things you do not want to give. A brother will fail you, and you will forgive him. You will fail a brother, and you will have to wear that like a hair shirt no one else can see. You will be tempted to measure your life in miles and victories. We will teach you to measure it in obediences that leave no tracks. If you seek to be seen, you will suffer. If you accept being hidden, you will live. He asks again, do you still wish to remain? The words are plain. The plainness cuts. The candidate could tell a story here, could set out the map of his heart, could make the moment a kind of small legend. He does not. He gives the only answer the rule allows to be clean. Yes, master. With God's help, I do. There is no cheer. There is the hush that follows a hard labor when the midwife listens for breath. The breath comes. The chapel shifts almost imperceptibly, as if the building itself lets out what it held in. A brother writes something in a small book. Promise is not merely heard, it is recorded, not to pin a man down like a beetle in a tray, but to place him inside a continuity that does not depend on individual memory. Another brother steps forward to stand near the candidate, a silent escort through the next doors. Proximity as pledge. The master concludes the inquiry, not with indulgence, but with the calm that follows victory. He tells the candidate there is more, always more. Today, it will be vows and relics, and kneeling and the breath that feels like death and resurrection inside a single exhale. Tomorrow it will be a message for a steward on an estate 2 valleys away. Next month it will be a ride that does not end where you thought it would. The year after that, perhaps a siege, or the quiet grace of outliving one. Holiness here is logarithmic. It doubles under pressure. If you are willing, we will teach you the math. He bows. It is not the bow of a court, all angles and elegance. It is the bow of a man adjusting to weight and finding that it does not crush him. The brothers exchange no glances. They need none. The ceremony moves forward as a column moves when the vanguard finds the ford and the rest follow without noise. The candidate has done the hardest visible thing. He has let himself be questioned. The hardest invisible thing remains. He will have to let those questions continue every day until habit has taught him to ask them first. They lead him to the altar step. The relics shine as if they have their own weather. He has been measured, paired, warned, invited, and confirmed. Now he will bind himself with words that are older than any of these men and will outlive them all. Outside, the day has begun. Inside, a life is about to. The questions have pared him down to the grain. Now the binding begins not with iron, but with words that will hold longer than any chain. A brother of the choir steps forward with a narrow book and a splinter of quill. Another brings a small coffer and sets it on the step before the altar. The master speaks softly, and in that softness there is the weight of a gate swinging shut behind the candidate's old life. First, poverty, not the theatrical kind, but the arithmetic kind that changes what a man can name. The master recites the rule's clause with a cadence that sounds older than the stones. From this hour you own nothing of your own, not horse nor hood, not a spoon nor sword. What you bring, you lay down. What you need, you receive. What you receive, you do not hoard. The candidate unfastens his belt, and with it comes the leather pouch that has rattled with coins so long it has learned his walk. He lays it in the coffer. The sound is modest, a few pieces, a ring, a tiny key, the kind of sound a life makes when it is translated into metal. A brother the draper, with the keys of the storeroom, steps near and measures him with his eyes as if he were a bolt of cloth. He will be responsible to issue this man 2 tunics and a mantle, shoes when the old pair fails, a blanket when winter climbs the stairs. Nothing will be monogrammed except with repair. If a hem frays, it will be mended in public. If a boot splits, it will be stitched in the refectory under the small talk of saints' days and supply tallies. Poverty is not a mood here. It is logistics. The candidate breathes out and feels the world remove its price tags. The master speaks of why, and the why is simple in the way an axe head is simple. A common purse builds a common heart. A man who keeps a secret chest keeps a secret will. A brother who learns to need less learns to give more when the order's need grows sharp. The candidate nods. He has known the itch to claim a thing as his, the good brooch, the good horse, the good knife, but he has also known the clarity of traveling light, then chastity, The word does not simper in this room, it stands like a sentinel. The master speaks of the city of God as if it were a garrison, and of the knight's body as if it were a barracks that must be kept clean for the next day's march. You will not take a wife, he says, nor seek a woman in any manner. You will cleave to Our Lady and to discipline. The candida stares at the candle flame, and in it sees hair unbraiding, sees a promise that once stood on a threshold and did not pass his lips. There is a dull ache that is not refusal, but recognition. The ache does not disqualify him, it informs him. Desire is a river, the rule is a levee. Levees do not hate water, they guide it where it will not destroy. A brother with a scar across his upper lip, old, quiet steps forward, not to speak, but to stand where the candidate can see what time can make of a vow. There were rumors shouted in the markets about the order's secrets, kisses in the dark to forbidden idols, foul rites whispered into ears. The master does not dignify such slanders. He answers them with the ordinary. He speaks of dormitory rules, of how brothers sleep clothed and rise at the bell, of how words should be few at night and laughter be soft, not because laughter is a sin, but because privacy is a fragile shield we hold for one another. He mentions the visiting of houses where the sisters keep hospital, and the law that two go when one must go, and eyes stay where they belong. In this way, chastity becomes less a punishing absence than a practiced presence attention. Courtesy guard. The third cord is obedience, and it is the one that tightens the first two into a single rope. The master's voice gathers a steady iron. You will obey your master and your superiors in all that is not sin. You will obey promptly, not with the delay that makes rebellion look like thoughtfulness. When you are sent, you will go. When you are recalled, you will come. When you are ordered to wait, you will become the order that asked you to wait. The chain of command is named the master of the temple, his seneschal, the marshal who breathes the march into the horses, the draper who wraps the house in cloth, the turcopolier who knows the language of the border. It is not flattery to list them, it is a map. A knight who cannot find himself on a map is a peril. As obedience is laid out, the master does not disguise its cost. The order will occasionally be wrong. He admits as frankly as a ledger. A brother will speak harshly when gentleness would do. A steward will miscount, and you will eat less than you should. A commander will err, and you will bury a friend. Obedience does not pretend these things away. It does not turn a man into a stick. It turns him into a bow bent. Yes, but bent for a shot longer than his own arm could dream to cast. The words of profession now wait like a ford in view. The candidate repeats them line by line, his voice low at first, then steady. I, a poor knight, do vow to God and to the Blessed Mary and to you, Master, to live all the days of my life in chastity, without property, and in obedience, according to the rule and usages of the Temple of Solomon. I promise to guard the Holy Land as I am commanded, to comfort pilgrims, to resist the enemies of Christ, and to keep faith with my brothers. Each clause is a step. By the end, he is on a different bank. He places his hands work-browned, nicked with small histories between the masters, and the master covers them. This is not fealty to a man who will die. It is fealty through a man to a discipline that is stubborn as granite. The scribe notes the name in the book, and the ink shines wetly like a small, enduring wound. When the page dries, the vow will not. The house answers with action. A brother brings a cord and winds it twice around the candidate's waist, where a lord's sword once rode, then knots it. The knot sits over the belly like a reminder that appetite is beautiful and must be governed. Another brings a small wooden cross, not gilded, not carved with miracles, and sets it in the candidate's palm. Keep this, he says, and when you are tempted to ask for something the rule does not give, hold it until wanting and worship cannot be told apart, and the lesser gives way to the greater. The master recites what poverty will look like on Tuesday afternoons and October nights, the lentils in the bowl, the 2 shirts in the chest, the cloak that will be patched until the patches learn one another's names. He recites what chastity will feel like in the spring when the almond trees bloom and laughter walks past in a courtyard you are sweeping. He recites what obedience will ask when messages come blown thin with dust from cities whose names you cannot pronounce. The candidate listens and discovers that enumeration is a mercy. Vague sacrifice is terrifying. Particular sacrifice can be loved. There is, in the saying of vows, a small death. And the order does not hide the corpse. It lays it out. It lets the man look. You will die to heraldry, says the master, and to the tilt-yard's cheers, and to your own campaign for fame. You will die to the room of your own, where only your will is a lord. But in the same breath, he speaks of birth. You will be born into a table where you will always find a place, born into a duty that follows you like a faithful dog, born into a name that is not your patronym, but a promise. Brother, outside the chapel, a mule shifts in its harness and shakes off a fly. Somewhere a cook stirs a pot and thinks in measures of handfuls. Life is not interrupted by holiness, it is organized by it. The vows end with the simplest plea in Christendom. With God's help, it is the only sentence that does not presume. Silence answers, and in that silence, the vows take root. No one claps. No trumpet marks the moment. The master bows his head briefly, as if acknowledging a comrade arriving beside him on a long road. Then he lifts the candidate's hands off his own and guides him forward the smallest distance, which is all the distance in the world from the place of promising to the place of sealing. The relics wait. The wood of the cross looks like a sliver of evening. The reliquary bone is pale as a shoreline. The gospel's calfskin shines. The next gesture will not add words to what was said. It will add weight. The candidate draws breath as if the chapel were an ocean and he were about to dive. He has impoverished himself, restrained himself, and offered his will. Now he will kiss what keeps such offerings from becoming merely dramatic. He leans toward the altar as a diver leans toward water. And the first thing to greet him is wood, old wood, close-grained and dark, a sliver cased in silver like a night sky, edged in frost. The brother who holds it does not name it. He doesn't have to. Every brother knows their house of relics, a fragment of the true cross. a saint's rib as light as a bird's hollow bone, a gospel whose calfskin has been turned by 100 winters of hands. These are not curiosities here. They are instruments. The candidate bows his head and kisses the cross. It is not a performance. No one coughs or shifts to watch. The kiss is deliberate and brief, as if he were sealing a letter whose contents he must live. That first kiss grafts him to suffering. The cross tastes of metal, of smoke, of beeswax, and of everything that has been promised before under this roof. The second kiss is for the limbed gospel. His lips touch the vellum edge, and he feels the book's weight tilt under his breath. If the rule is the order's grammar, the gospel is its language. To kiss it is to agree that all future sentences of his life will be written in it. The third kiss is for the bone housed in crystal. He does not know whether it once urged a saint's foot to the road or braced a saint's hand against a prison wall. He kisses anyway, borrowing courage from the dead, like a man borrows fire from his neighbor's hearth. Silence flares and then steadies around each kiss. The brothers do not murmur, do not chant. Even their breaths seem to match. A vow spoken can float away like warm air. A vow touched acquires weight. Medieval men knew that, and so did these men. The master has no need to explain theology how relics are not gods, but reminders sharp enough to cut through habit. How a sacramental is a handle on a mystery. The candidate knows it in his body. He has learned on winter marches that a strap makes a load bearable. In this chapel, relics are straps for a soul. When he has finished, the reliquary lids close with soft clicks that sound like small doors locking in a trustworthy house. He stays kneeling, not in exhaustion, but because the next movement requires him to be low. The master steps down one broad tread and stands in front of him, neither looming nor shrinking, simply present as an obstacle. One is glad to meet a wall you lean on, not a wall that bars. Brother, the master says, and it is the first time the word is used in the present tense about him. Then he adds nothing grander than an instruction. Place your hands. The candidate lifts his hands and folds them. The master takes them between his own. The posture is a fealty's posture, but the terms are different from the old hall's bargain. There, a lord promised lands and protections. Here, the master promises only the rule and the work. And yet, what is promised is vast. The rule will take his shapeless willingness and give it muscle memory. The work will take his aimless hunger for glory and feed it on useful danger. In the old ritual of the world, a vassal put his hands into his lord's and received a fief. Here, he puts his hands into the master's and receives a purpose. This is the moment outsiders misread. In markets beyond these walls, stories breed like cats, that the order requires a secret blasphemy, that a blackhead is kissed, that a man spits on a cross to prove he will obey men rather than Christ. The order answers a slander with a plain room and a plain rite. There is nothing occult here unless you count the occultation of pride. The only head kissed is the head of the church's memory, the gospel and the saints. The only spitting aloud is the spitting out of excuses. The master speaks not with thunder, but with grain. He repeats the obedience line that every brother can recite awake at midnight. Obey promptly in all that is not sin. He says it slowly, so that promptly can assume its full shape. Promptly does not mean rashly. It means without the delay you decorate as discernment when it is merely reluctance. He speaks of the marshal's commands in the field and the drapers in the pantry as if they were equally salvific, and in this order they are: a man who cannot be governed in small logistics will not be safe with large charges. When the master releases his hands, the candidate does not rise at once. He bends again until his forehead almost touches the step, and then straightens. And in that small bow, a second resignation occurs, the resignation from being the center of his own tale. Outside, the sun has climbed. Through the slit windows, the light has shifted from pewter to honey. The chapel has become a different room while appearing to be the same. So has the man. The master turns to the choir, and the brothers to either side draw breath together as if the nave itself had a chest. If any knows a cause why this man may not be received, the master says, let him speak. It is not theater. In other houses and other times, such a question is a courtesy. Here it is quality controlled. Among these men are those who rode with the candidate on the approach. They have watched whether he flinched when no one could see, whether he shared when it was awkward, whether he mocked when laughter would have cost him nothing to refuse. If there is an old debt left unpaid, if there is a wife left unconfessed, if there is a murder hidden under travel, this is the moment when truth must be spoken, even if it cracks the air. It does not crack. The room holds, the master nods, and a thin line of tension snaps somewhere you didn't know you had a muscle. Then, by God's mercy and Saint Mary's favor, be received. The word lands, received, not recruited, not enlisted, received, as bread receives fire and becomes food, as a harbor receives a ship and becomes useful. What follows is the most intimate clamor the order permits, the kiss of peace. In some houses they embrace. In this house it is lips to cheek, once on the right, once on the left, and hands catching at elbows to steady bodies that have held spears too long. The first to come is the master. He does not linger. The marshal is next, and his beard smells faintly of horse and wind. The draper comes and smells of oil and wool, the chaplain of lavender and old parchment. Each brother says the same word with a different music, pax, peace, which is not the absence of war, not here, but the presence of order inside a war that may never end. The new brother feels his name used with a light thump on the shoulder, spoken as if it had been waiting in their mouths and could now be released. He cannot remember the last time his name felt less like a boast and more like a burden gladly lifted. A man at the end of the line hesitates, and for a flicker the new brother fears he has overlooked an enemy. But the man only swallows and smiles crookedly. He has few teeth left, and perhaps he hoped to greet without revealing that lack. He kisses quickly, shy as a boy, and is gone. In that shy kiss, the new brother sees his future, the little embarrassments he will carry, the little mercies he will be allowed. Rumor will make something else of this. In taverns down the hill, where the day's heat claps flies flat against the shutters, Men will say the Templars kiss one another in the dark and call it sacrament. They will say the kisses are oaths to things that have no place in churches. Rumor feeds on locked doors, but if the doors were opened, rumor would lose its appetite. There's nothing here that is not done in the light, only the kind of intimacy that makes men who have learned hardness in the world uneasy when they see it. Brotherhood is a scandal to loneliness. The master lifts a hand and the soft tide of bodies ebbs back to its banks. He gestures to a step again, and the new brother kneels once more, but now the kneeling is light, no longer a surrender under weighing words, but a posture ready to be taught. The master does not preach, he instructs. When bells toll at daybreak, you will rise. When we ride, your place is with the second rank unless otherwise told. When you eat, eat what is set. When strangers knock, give them water first and news second. If you're struck, measure your heart before you strike back. If you're praised, measure it again. If you're bored, do the duty as if you had asked for it. A house is kept by 1,000 unheroic obediences. The new brother nods. He begins to understand why men live long in an order when they could have burned quick alone. There will be no spontaneous speeches now, no pledges shouted in tears. Efficiency is a virtue here, second only to fidelity. The master glances toward the choir, and two brothers move in a practiced hinge to fetch what comes next. Cloth, white, clean, unornamented, folded, so that the red cross lies hidden like a commandment not yet proclaimed. But that is another moment. Before the cloth, there must be the final seal on what has just occurred. Not the signing of a charter, but the letting of the room's silence settle into the new brother's bones until haste runs out of places to hide. So they stand together, one kneeling, many standing and do nothing, which is to say, they do the most difficult thing a soldier can do. They wait. The beeswax burns. Dust hangs in columns of light like tiny pilgrims, moving only when breath or prayer bends them. And in the middle of that stillness, the new brother realizes that the ache that has accompanied him since he gave up his pouch, the little grief at leaving his own private future, has not vanished, but it has been made room for. An order that can make room for a man's ache without making it his master is an order that can outlast a siege. At last, the master breathes as if surfacing and says simply, "Rise." When he stands this time, the room does not tilt. His knees do not protest. Someone has already gone to tell the refectory to keep a bowl warm. Someone has already hung another cup on the hook by the door. Belonging moves quicker here than a speculation. The mantle awaits the white field and the cross that will make him legible to the world at a distance. The garment that will burden and bless. But that is the next breath. For this one, he is just a man who has kissed the memory of Christ and the bones of those who loved him well, a man who has put his hands where pride cannot live, a man who has been received by a circle that knows how to hold. The cloth is unfolded without flourish. Two brothers hold it between them as men hold a sail, not to display it, but to keep it from brushing the dust. In a room browned by smoke and beeswax, the white shocks the eye. On its breast is a small red cross. no larger than a palm, and yet it pulls the gaze the way a scar does. The master receives the mantle on both forearms, and for a breath the chapel feels like a still harbor, the fabric a boat waiting for its passenger. "Come," he says, and the candidate obeys. He expects a speech and receives instructions. "Raise your arms." The master settles the mantle across his shoulders with the care of a father and the practicality of a quartermaster, checking the fall so it will not snag on a spur he will not wear, straightening the collar where leather will rub. The cloth takes him the way water takes a hull, quietly and completely. The white announces him to himself. The cross explains him to others. The master's voice is soft enough to require attention. "What is clean may be stained," he says, tapping the whiteness. "Guard it." His fingers touch the cross. "What is given may be forfeited." Fear that? It is not a threat. It is a contour drawn around a life. The mantle is an invitation to scrutiny. On muddy roads and in bright halls, men will look first at the cross and then at the man. If he fails, the cross will be blamed with him. If he endures, the cross will be thanked instead of him. Either way, the sign will speak, and he must learn to let it speak truth. Behind the master stands the draper with a belt as plain as a pilgrim's thought. It is dark with oil, the buckle unadorned. He cinches it around the new white and gives it one tug, not to tighten, but to prove it will not creep in a gallop. "Your sword will hang here," he says, and the pronoun is the order's grammar, not possession, but assignment. Steel in this house belongs first to purpose, then to hand. For a blink, the new brother is light-headed. Had the mantle been a crown, vanity would have swelled. The master spares him that sickness. "You have not been crowned," he says. "You have been claimed." The words sit on the cloth like a second collar. The choir shifts its weight the way trees do when wind announces a new season. The right does not pause for applause. It moves. Doors open to the refectory, where long boards wait with the patience of oxen. When armies eat, there is noise. When this army eats, there is order. The new brother takes the place shown him, second table, third stool from the aisle. No one remarks that the stool wobbles. Everyone's stool wobbles. That is how furniture confesses the world's imperfection. The meal is a lesson disguised as bread. Watered wine is poured without brimming, broth ladled without a scraping for privilege. The new brother takes what is set before him. No one watches another's portion. A bell strikes, a psalm is sung, so hands and mouths keep time. In this house, mealtime is obedience rehearsed with spoons. Conversation is allowed the way water is allowed through a sluice, measured. The marshal asks after remounts. The draper notes that a hem must be cut and turned before the ride north. A brother recites a portion of the gospel he has been tasked to learn. He stumbles, blushes, begins again. The new brother chews crust that is more honest than flavorful and realizes he prefers honesty. Virtue at this table is rarely dramatic. It is a correction of posture, a hand withheld from the second ladle, a story not told to display the self. He is tempted to believe that plainness is righteousness and catches himself. The rule warns even against that disease. Eat what is given. Do not sneer at what is better when you are a guest. Do not make a spectacle of refusal. Pride can wear sackcloth as easily as silk. The house teaches men to recognize it in both costumes. When the last bowls carry only the shadow of broth, the bell sounds again. Men rise as if pulled by the note. They file back to the chapel, leaving boards aligned and cups nested, an army's geometry applied to wood and clay. The new brother lifts his mantle from the stool's small splinter and learns his first practical lesson of white. It catches what you ignore. The chapel receives them like a lung receives air. The master raises his hands. Blessing is not decoration here, but a boundary. He invokes Christ, Mary, and the saints' reason, pattern, evidence, and speaks words old enough to trust, new enough to sting. Then the warning that completes mercy. Brother, if you break what you have sworn, we will not kill you. We will let you look at yourself. The choir breathes, remembering. Damnation here is not a thunderbolt, it is a mirror. Chant follows, not pretty in every mouth. One voice is reed, one gravel, one a cracked bell that still rings true. Together they make a chord that is less harmony than agreement. The sound climbs, meets plain a stone, and settles on it the way mist settles on fields. The new brother does not sing loudly, he sings honestly, and is surprised by how little air a true note needs. No dove descends. The order ends with a task. North of the river, a road has been bled by men who practice war without choosing sides. A small escort rides at dawn. The new brother will go not to command, but to carry a spare girths and water, and to keep the slowest mule from losing pace. He almost smiles and smooths it away. The master notices and lets the ghost of joy live. This house prefers men who are glad to be useful at the size of most days. Glory is a fire kept for winter. Bread is baked daily. Rite completed. The community does not hoist him or shout. They make space. A hook appears by the door with his name scratched in a hand trained to be legible at speed. A small chest is slid to the foot of a cot that was not empty this morning. A brother with inked fingers asks how to spell his mother's name for the roll that remembers the living and the dead. The new brother answers and feels the mantle settle again. Not heavier, more true. He steps into the courtyard. Dust hangs like thought. Somewhere a horse objects to a curry comb and then relents. A boy not yet old enough for vows, old enough for buckets, squints at the white and the cross and offers a dipper. The smallest courtesy the house extends to the newest brother is also an admission. You will be thirsty here, and we are ready for it. The water is honest as a psalm. He drinks and understands why the rule prefers tasks to symbols. Symbols can be admired, tasks must be done. Night will bring psalms and straps. Dawn will bring oats and a hedge-lined road where knives test the world's edge. Between them lies exactly what he asked for and what was asked of him. For a moment, he allows a stillness. The mantle is not weight, it is outline. The blessing feels like a seam that holds the day together. He closes his eyes and opens them again, practicing the difference between prayer and readiness. Then he moves, because in this house, moving is how gratitude is pronounced.